Find out what it takes in Chef School, Tuesday at 8:30 on 5.
Oh, I can't get over.
Well, remember, just like my dad always says, you do the best you can.
I, Samuel, bound by his will, command you, depart. Die, you son of a bitch.
Mike had been doing some background work. He spoke about it briefly. Said he'd found out some things about the attorney, Pepper.
I asked him to do that.
Before he passed, he told me that he didn't want you blaming yourself. That you told him to go home, that he was in danger.
I did.
On the spot.
Things happen to me. Lucky things.
Strange Luck, a new series. Starts Thursday at 8.
Maybe I'll get lucky.
On 5.
Very funny.
The choice quiz that's chock-a-block with choices, 100% this morning at 5:30.
Prisoner Cell Block H is in association with Pot Noodle.
Hello? I'd like to report a possible runaway.
You really want to finish someone off? How do you feel about earning $5,000 while you're at it?
Go on.
With one extra point, but a midweek win by the telephone organization of Thailand over lowly Osot Sapa means they push the Air Force down to 3rd. This week's goal of the week comes from Tero Sasana's Sasom Popraset. Join us again next week for all the footballing action from around the region right here on the Asian Football Show.
Right, coming in. Oh, my word.
takes on a new meaning.
We're gonna get the poison!
When you have
We got an antidote for it?
only 48 hours to catch your killer.
Pete, he's got to do all sorts of insane things.
Dennis Quaid.
Never more alive than when you're on the edge of death.
Meg Ryan.
I wanted to spend the night with you, not eternity.
Anything is possible when you have nothing to lose. Dead on Arrival. DOA. Wednesday at 9 on 5.
I've been experimenting with regeneration, attempting to accelerate the healing process in living tissue.
An accidental dip in the fountain of youth.
You're getting younger.
Gives Harlan a healthy glow. And puts his life up for grabs.
Time is the only enemy.
Where do they find these lunatics?
Golden Years starts Friday at 10:50 on 5.
Golden years.
If you're of a quizzical bent, 100% is at 5:30, post-Prisoner.
Prisoner Cell Block H is in association with Pot Noodle.
I thought you'd gone.
Oh, no.
Oh, come on, I'll walk out with you.
Cookie, I won't be coming in anymore.
You're joking.
That's what Fred wanted to see you at.
Well, what about your parole?
Oh, there are plenty of other jobs around. I wouldn't have stayed here once I got out anyway. It's a lousy job.
Morning. More ripping good yarns from Wentworth next. Home of Prisoner. Cell Block H.
Story.
Really great.
From Basingstoke Babe.
She liked to be noticed.
To international bright young thing.
She's got that something.
The B movies.
The bad haircut, Miss Hurley.
The Image.
Posh with a tossy.
Absolutely not me.
The Lifestyle.
You know, I'm going to be normal.
The Leading Man.
Never been embarrassed by him.
Really?
That Dress.
Oh, do be quiet.
All is revealed in This Wonderful Life, a new series starting August 4th on 5.
Embracing the high life. Concealing the low life.
Exclusive escorts. He gets violent.
What the customer wants, the customer gets.
She won't be working for guys like you anymore, Eddie.
Based on a true life story.
Are you running what I think you're running?
A business.
Candice Bergen.
I've seen what can happen to girls who work for places that don't protect them.
The scandal that led to their ruin.
Blondes, brunettes, all different shapes and sizes.
Mayflower Madam, Wednesday at 9 on 5.
Now, Ferguson puts the boot in, and Max is more turned on than the electric blanket. Trouble is, Tony isn't.
Prisoner Cell Block H is in association with Pot Noodle.
Hello, Mr. Muldoon. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yes, I see. Well, she was originally convicted for murder. Oh, I'd hardly say she's a reformed character. Well, in the past...
A 15-point first-half lead. The PBA managed to stay in the game behind the strong inside presence of Roy Heston, an American import who barged inside enough to amass 30 points on the night. The national team continued to run, however, and took a 9-point lead to half-time. The PBA managed one more sustained run at the end of the third quarter, led by Heston, who threatened to shatter the backboard with every dunk. But once again, the national team had too much in the end for the All-Stars. Jun Limpot led the way with 24 points, and the layups didn't stop until the final buzzer, which came with the national team up by 15 points. It was an impressive performance for the national side, who will take the floor in late August at the Jones Cup on the island of Taipei, and again at the Asian Games in Bangkok in December.
Scorching temperatures didn't stop Prince and Princess Takamoto of Japan and 30,000 spectators from showing up for the fourth round of the Triathlon World Cup in Gamaguri, Japan. In the women's event, Barbara Lindquist of the USA got off to an early start in the swimming leg. She was the first to make it to the cycling transition.
This wasn't a blackout, was it? No. What happened? Will you take these? Look after them for me. Please. Somebody hit you, didn't they? Didn't they? Who? You kill me. Who'll kill you?
New Zealanders Cameron Brown and Trent Chapman broke away before the running leg. But it was Brazilian Alexandre Marzan who burst away from the pack 2 kilometers from home to win by just 10 seconds after almost 2 hours of swimming, biking and running. Dimitri Garg of Kazakhstan made a sprint for second place, and Hamish Carter of New Zealand came in 1 second behind in third. It was a remarkable race for Marzan, who had a series of operations following a car accident while out training. The man they call Bad Boy is now back on track for the 2000 Olympic Games in Sydney.
He might be only 3.5 feet tall. He might be only 6.5 years old. He might weigh only 60 pounds. But beware, there's more to this young man than meets the eye. Raj Vignesh began learning karate at the age of 2.5 at the famous Shito Ryu Karate School in his hometown of Bangalore. And now, only 4 years later, Vignesh has just been declared the youngest karate black belt in history. Vignesh is being coached by his uncle Ganesh, who himself is a 4th-degree black belt and runs a karate school in Bangalore. Vignesh may be the most dangerous child in the world, but he was too shy to answer any of our simple questions.
Next week, Asia Sport profiles 2 top women athletes. Teenage squash champion Nicole David of Malaysia and record-breaking golfer Pak Se-ri of Korea. Plus, something for the men as the World Motorcycling Series stops in Germany. Tune in next week.
The end of the world on Saturday with storm warning, more than a cupful of trouble.
The butterfly flaps the swings down in Australia. It's going to rain in New Jersey.
Flood, a deluge of disaster.
What's the worst flood in the history of the Mississippi River?
Then on Sunday, things are gonna get even worse. Prepare for exclusive special, big budget, bad news.
So there you have it.
100% a tornado of trivia. Cyclone, the spin cycle from hell. A night of the twisters, bringing down the house.
But you can't second-guess Mother Nature.
Batten down the hatches. It's a wild, wet and windy weekend on 5.
And now a grade A gilt-edged, jewel-encrusted, copper-bottomed episode. Prisoner shows its class.
Prisoner Cell Block H is in association with Pot Noodle.
What do you want?
We reckon you're holding out on us.
Well, what do you mean?
You seem to know an awful lot about a lot of people's business.
My money, for instance?
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was meant to be a secret.
How come Ferguson never touches you?
I lost my remission. What do you call that?
I call that Ferguson's way of keeping a good thing going. Anyone else would have got a punch in the gut.
And we reckon there's only one way that could happen. You've got something on her, haven't you?
Right, you bitch.
What is it? I don't know what you're talking about.
What is it?
Nothing.
Come on, who told you?
Nobody.
Oh, well, if no one told you nothing, how come you know?
I bet she's got something out of Ferguson's file.
Right, that's it. What if it feels we want it?
I haven't got anything out of the file.
Don't lie to me, I'll brain you.
It's only a letter or something. Maybe she's got it on her.
Let's have a gander.
No! Come here, please! No! Give us a look. Leave me alone! No!
Sarah? Sarah? Now, come on, kids. I bent the rules for you, didn't I? It's time to rise and shine. Will you two quit clowning around? Oh, my God. Oh, kids. Come on, let's find out what it is she's been hiding.
Look, it's gotta be somewhere.
Well, what are you waiting for?
And give us something for us for good measure, eh?
Yeah.
To sum up, Mrs. Smith, we're more than happy with the way you've conducted yourself since we saw you 3 months ago. However, prior to this exemplary period, you do have a long history of troublemaking within the prison, with some outbursts of violence, I'm afraid. Well, of course, we don't see this as a bar to granting parole, where we see a person has made genuine efforts at self-rehabilitation. And in your case, I'm sure they're not just a flash in the pan. You should therefore have no trouble in keeping up the effort till the next hearing, in 6 months' time.
Excuse me, sir. Did you say 6 months?
Well, there won't be so many questions the next time round. And I look forward to granting your parole then.
We got the whole place. We can dance, we can eat, we can drink, we can play.
1, 2, 3, 4.
quick, please. They're upstairs. I don't know. They're just lying there. I think they're
Drugs,
dead.
is it?
Yeah, it could be. Oh, I don't know, really. I'm
Don't
not
worry,
sure.
lady. It's all right.
Ah, g'day, Tone. Hey. What do you think of this?
Where did you get that?
Bought it today. Pretty sexy, eh?
I would have thought you could find better things to do with your doll money.
Oh, fair go. A girl's got to have clothes. Could go around naked if you like.
Yeah, well, judging by that, you will be. Maxie, I want to have a little talk to you.
Yeah, what about? Oh, I get it.
Hello, Tony Berman.
Oh, Tony, it's Judy. Listen, can you come around straight away?
Why? What's happened?
Well, it's Sarah and Alan. They've, I don't know. I think they're dead, Tony.
Okay, just calm down, Jude. Have you called an ambulance?
Yeah, they're here now.
Okay, just hang on. I'll be over straight away.
What's up?
Trouble at the house. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, I'll come with you.
No, just stay here.
Wonder how Bee's going down the parole board.
Keep wondering. We'll be the last to know. She's probably down the local boozer right now, getting sozzled.
Hope she bloody is. Be better than sitting around here waiting them to fix the bloody dryers. Bring the screws and tell us if we ask.
No. Wait until lunch. If they only take Barbara's meal out to the back block, well, then we know Bee's gone.
Well, she hasn't.
Oh, Bee, what happened?
Oh, they were very pleased I'm being such a good little girl. Want me to stick around for another 6 months to show just how good I can be.
Bastards.
Well, how come they let you out of isolation?
Can't keep me there forever, can they?
But I thought they put you there out of the freak's way.
Well, I'm back. So let's just forget about it, okay?
Rotten bastards. After stringing you along all that time.
Ferguson's going to be worse than ever now.
What happened?
I don't know. Pills, I guess. Sarah seems to be okay, and they're working on Alan now. Oh, Tony, if only I had checked on them earlier, none of this would have happened.
Oh, come on, you can't be expected to keep tabs on everybody. Besides, if I hadn't been so wrapped up in my own problems, I would have been here to help you.
We've lost him, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, he's dead.
She should be all right, apparently. I don't know what they took, but I think he had a lot more than she did. We'll get her straight to hospital.
It's gonna be all right, honey. It's gonna be all right.
No way. It wasn't meant to happen like this.
You said she was remanded to the house on a drug charge.
Yeah, possession.
And where did the boyfriend fit in?
Well, she was very keen to see him when she first arrived. Apparently, the father didn't want them to see each other.
So he's been staying here since she arrived.
No. This is a home for women only.
But he did stay the night.
Yeah.
My fault. Should have made sure he was clean.
You weren't even here.
Did you suspect him of supplying the girl with dope?
Well, I thought it was possible.
You thought it was possible? And you didn't search him?
Look, Sergeant, this is a home. It's not a detention center. Now, if we start acting like screws, we'll never get anyone to stay here. Sarah was desperately unhappy. We wanted to help her.
Miss Bryant, I know you're upset, but Sarah Hamilton was remanded into your care. You were responsible for her. From what I can see, you two could face a manslaughter charge, aiding and abetting a suicide.
That's crap, and you know it. Do you think if I'd known what was going on upstairs, I would have stood down here and let it happen?
You awake, Bee?
Yeah.
You reckon Ferguson started that rumour about Lizzie?
Who else? She even went to trouble of slipping me a note and signing your name to it.
Well, didn't you recognise my handwriting?
Or when have I ever seen your handwriting? Besides, you said you'd let me know if anything happened. Well, I thought that was it. Well, she's good. She's bloody good. But she's gone too far this time.
Bee, don't do anything stupid.
Why not? That's what got me in here in the first place.
Because you've only got 6 months left in here. You've done okay the last 3. You can stick it out.
Do you really think the parole board's going to let me out of here in 6 months? First will be another 6 months, then another, then another. Like a carrot dangling in front of my nose to make sure I'm a good little girl.
All the time the freak will be on my back. No way. Not for another 6 months. Not even for another 6 days.
Hi. What happened?
Alan's dead. Sarah's in hospital.
Oh. Will she be all right?
Oh, maybe. Who knows?
Hey, you look buggered. Sit down, I'll get you a drink.
Oh, no, thanks.
Massage, sir?
Nice.
You didn't notice.
What?
What do you think?
You'll catch cold.
Not if you keep me warm.
Maxie, I'm not in the mood.
You could be. You were the other night.
Maxie, that was a mistake. It was just after Melissa had gone.
I know. It was on the rebound. So what? You still enjoyed it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah, but you don't want me to feel like you're using me. Don't worry, Tone. I wouldn't think that of you.
Look, Maxie, last time we got together, there were 2 kids at the house killing themselves. Now, I don't feel like it, and I'm going to bed. Good night.
Gaffney, Latham, Lawson, Stokes and Smith to the laundry. Kennedy, Murray and Shepherd, cleaning duty. Right, let's get a move on.
Come on, Bea. Fancy you copying the laundry, eh? I'll tell you what, if you like, I'll let you have a go on the steam presser. It's ever so easy. You soon pick it up.
Yeah, help build up your muscles after your holiday in isolation.
Bea, like a word with you. In here.
Must be important, or are you going to bash me?
Now, I don't think that's funny.
I'm sorry, but I don't have much sense of humour lately.
I wanted to say I'm sorry about your parole.
Well, easy come, easy go. I'll just behave myself a bit longer.
Yes, I hope you will.
Mrs. Morris, you can't blame me for being a bit sour about it.
There's something else.
Oh, I thought there might be.
Barbara Field's cell was ransacked by the women a few days ago. Now, they're obviously looking for something.
Maybe.
Joan Ferguson also searched the cell. Now, whatever they were looking for must be pretty important.
Yeah, you could be right.
Now, Bea, you know what's going on. If this is something we can use to get that woman out of here, I want you to help us.
Like last time, you mean, when she wriggled out of it and Steve Faulkner got the boot instead?
We have got to keep on trying.
You could be next, you know, Mrs. Morris. Yeah, okay. If I hear anything on the grapevine, I'll let you know.
I'm telling you, Bea's going to do something stupid if we don't get rid of the freak first. Look, she'll never get a parole if she cops another murder charge.
What the bleeding hell are we going to do? Looks like Fields is the only one who's got something on her, but we don't know what. Or we could starve her out till she gives it to us. You know, and make sure all the meals are covered in salt or something like we did with Kate Peterson.
Oh, great. But we've got to get everyone on kitchen duty on side for that.
Oh, I wouldn't trust some of them if I was you.
Well, what are you lot planning?
How to get rid of the freak? What else?
Well, forget it. That job's taken.
Oh, Bea, please. You'll cop another 5 years. We've got a better way.
Yeah, Fields reckons she's got something on her.
I know. Ferguson's diary, she told me.
Oh, all we've got to do is grab them off her,
We
give them
can't get them because they are hidden away where no one can get at them, including her.
Where?
I don't know and I don't care. I've got other plans for Ferguson. We don't need any diaries. But we will need Barbara's help.
It's Mrs. Morris from the Wentworth Detention Centre. I'm phoning about Mrs. Birdsworth. Right, thank you. Mrs. Elizabeth Birdsworth. Oh, that's good. Right. Thank you very much.
How is she?
Much better. Medication's taking effect at last. Doctors don't think she'll be in for much longer.
She'll soon be back in here causing us trouble again.
Should have known you wouldn't be asking out of personal interest.
Of course not. Well, should I? She's not a personal friend of mine. The longer she and her lot are out of action, the easier it is for all of us.
I don't know why you don't go and get a job on a sheep station. You'd be just as happy herding animals.
That's what I'm doing now.
Believe it or not, those women are human beings with a lot more human feeling than you'll ever have.
Oh, come off it. Take off your rose-coloured glasses. How long have you been in this job? Oh, you know, you can't treat whores and thieves and murderers like a bunch of girls that are finishing school.
Sometimes the only difference between an officer and a prisoner is a conviction. I think you're on the wrong side of the bars, Joe.
Maybe. But you'll have your nervous breakdown long before I have mine.
February 31st. Thank heavens for the rain which has helped wash the rubbish of the streets. I'm working long hours now, 7 days a week, sometimes more. It's a long hassle, but it keeps me real busy. All the animals come out at night. Psychopaths, villains, junkies, dodgy characters, weirdos, rude boys, nude boys, teeny boppers, rankless, punks, aliens. Someday, maybe real rain will come and flush them all down the Kazi. Blimey, I could murder a burger with onions, a little bit of tomato sauce.
Get in touch with Singles. Call us now on 0891 05 05 05.
Okay, girls, smoko. And you, Jenny, keep an eye on the door. Gap for screws, will you?
What's the plan, B? We all going to get together and bash the hell out of her?
Oh, we'll have to. It's the only way of beating the bitch.
Maybe, maybe not.
Look, you got a chance of getting out of here in 6 months. Don't blow it by copping another murder charge. The freak's just a bully. Show her she can't push you around and she'll lay off.
Bullshit. She'll be 10 times worse.
Yeah, she's right.
I'll make up my own mind what to do.
Well, if you're not going to finish her off, you can count me out.
I'll bear that in mind.
Well, what's your plan then, B?
Ferguson wants those diaries from Barbara, right? I want to lure Ferguson to some quiet, deserted spot. So we use the diaries as bait.
Where are you going to do that?
Well, what is the most deserted spot in the prison?
Well, I suppose it's isolation, but with fields in there, they're bound to be patrolling it every now and then.
So we get Barbara out of there.
How?
As usual, I've got an idea.
Oh, terrific. But have you come up with any idea about how you're going to get away with all this?
Well, I guess you're glad to be out of that hospital, huh? They always depressed me, too, you know, all that antiseptic smell and the cleanliness of the place.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you come through, huh? Well, sit down. I'll make you a cup of coffee or something. Would you like some eggs? If you're hungry, I'll be happy to cook them for you. Sarah, you gotta eat something, honey. You haven't eaten since yesterday.
Is there another room I could have? I don't mind sharing. I just couldn't sleep up there after what happened.
I understand that. I'll organize something, right?
What am I going to do without him?
You're going to go on living your life, huh?
Only on my...
No. Now, look. You just sit down, and I'll make your coffee, and then we'll talk about your room, huh?
Anyone there?
Yeah, just a minute. Put the kettle on, will you? It's you.
I have to see Hamilton. I went to the hospital, but she'd already been released.
Well, what's it about?
We've got to question her.
There have been certain allegations.
Oh, hell, Sergeant, that kid's been through a really bad time. Can't you wait till she settles down?
I'm afraid not. I've got a warrant.
A warrant? She had nothing to do with Alan's death. He killed himself. He damn nearly took her with him.
I'm sorry. I've got a warrant here for her arrest on a charge of manslaughter.
You're kidding.
It's all right, Judy, I'll go with him.
Oh, I've got some good news for you all.
Well, that'll make a change.
The freak's just fallen off the roof.
It's Lizzie. She's responding to treatment well and should be out of hospital soon.
It's the best thing I've heard all year.
Is she allowed visitors, Mrs. Morris?
If you're thinking of volunteering, Chrissy, no, I don't think so.
Right, I'll leave you to it.
Hey, Mrs. Morris, how long's Barbara going to be in isolation? Well, that depends on you, doesn't it? I mean, you can't expect us to bring her back and then let all of you loose on her again. What do you mean? You know perfectly well what I mean. She was sent to isolation to protect her from the bullying.
Who says?
Well, the officer who found out about it.
Oh, I see. Right, fair enough.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. I'm keeping out of it.
Do you know anything about this, Chrissy?
No, I don't know nothing, honest, Mrs. Morris. Not fair, though, is it?
B, I think it's
Look,
time...
Mrs. Morris, if you want to believe that we were hassling Barbara, that's okay by me. Right, girls?
Right. You're saying that that isn't the case?
Well, it just seems to me if anyone wanted to get Barbara on her own, they could make up a story like that to have her transferred. After all, I was going to get out of there sooner or later anyway. That leaves Barbara on her cat. That is, if anyone did have that in mind. Who did you say reported that Barbara was being heavied?
I didn't.
Oh, I see. Right. Seems funny no one copped a charge, though.
All right, ladies, you can all get back to work now.
Hey, Bea, what was all that about?
Just sheer genius at work, that's all. Hey, not bad, Chrissy. Not bad at all.
How's that for being on time, hey? You all right?
I've just been on the phone to the legal service about Sarah. She's been arrested.
Arrested? What the hell for?
Manslaughter, no less. The police have come up with the bright idea that she's responsible for the suicide.
Great. Can we bail her out?
Maybe. Mr. Morton at the legal service said it would all depend on the magistrate. And I'll tell you one thing, if the magistrate says no, I'm going to take him apart.
Yeah, well, more to the point, what'll Sarah do?
I don't know. I mean, I guess she'll have to come back here, but I can't look after her every 5 minutes.
Look, I know what you're saying, but I've got my act together now, so you won't be on your own, okay?
Okay. You reckon we should get a psychiatrist to see her?
Well, it can't do any harm, if we can talk her into it. Anyway, the first thing to do is get her bailed out. Well, leave that to me.
Truth, I thought you must have got flushed away.
Shut up, the freak's coming.
Put that cigarette out, Smith. I only just lit it. You heard me. Well done, Smith. Now, that's what I call good behaviour. Keep that up, and even I might put in a good word for your parole. That is, if you can keep it up. Oh, it'll be a lot easier when you're drummed out of the service, Miss Ferguson. Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Smith, but there's no chance of that. Really? It's not what Barbara Field says. What are you talking about? She reckons you got something pretty hot on you. She's going to give it to me when she gets out of isolation. You believe anything. Why doesn't she use it herself if it exists? Now, come on. You know the answer to that. But when she gets out of here in a couple of weeks, you won't be able to touch her. And she's going to give it to us as a sort of going away present. Round one to us, I'd say, girls.
Fields! Fields, get out here! Fields! What are you doing here, Miss Ferguson?
Just checking on Fields, Mrs. Powell.
She's not here. She's in the governor's office at the moment.
Oh, I didn't know.
And I didn't know you'd been rusted on this floor.
I must have read it wrong.
I don't know. It sounds like one of Smith's pranks. Another smear campaign without any real evidence.
Yes, but it fits in with Ferguson ransacking Fields' cell, and as Bea said, she didn't actually name any of the women who were supposedly attacking Fields.
What does Fields have to say about it?
Well, very little, but then again, she could be under pressure. Oh, I don't know. She's outside if you want to have a word with her.
Yes, bring her in.
Fields?
Well, Fields, has Mrs. Morris told you why you've been taken out of isolation?
Yes, Mrs. Davidson.
How do you feel about it?
Well, it's okay by me.
Were you being bullied by the other women?
That's why I was sent there.
You're not answering my question. Were you being bullied by the other women?
Yes.
Did any officer make any threats or harass you in any way?
No.
If we put you back with the other women, do you think there will be any trouble?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Do you have anything, some valuable or other, that the women want?
No, nothing at all.
All right, Fields. Wait outside, please. Well, there's definitely something going on. She was very worried.
Yes.
Well, let's find out what it's all about. Put her back with the women. Let the other officers know the situation, and I want her watched very closely.
Oh, blimey, don't put that muck in your mouth. You'll be sick. It's edible.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Well, right on schedule. Right, you two get lost.
Eh?
Eat somewhere else. Now go on, scram.
That's nice, isn't it?
Sit here, Barbara.
Don't worry about that lot. I've told them to lay off. I also got you out of isolation.
You did? How?
Remind me to tell you sometime. But I want a favour in return.
What?
Start eating. You make the screw suspicious. I'm going freak hunting, but I need something to bait the trap. I want you to tell Ferguson you've hidden those diaries in isolation.
Oh, no way. How long do you think I'd last once you discovered they're not there?
She'll be in no condition to hassle you. I'm planning a long stay for her in hospital.
No, I'm sorry. There's too much at stake.
You disappoint me, Barbara. You'll make me get nasty, and that's not like me. And what do you suppose would happen if I had a word in the ear of a friendly screw and told her about the diaries? I already know you've got something everyone's after. How long do you think it would take for them to find it with all the screws searching? After all, it can't be in the prison. Well, Margot and Chrissy would have found it already. Therefore, it must be somewhere else. Like, reception? Or the governor's office? Or perhaps a storeroom?
All right.
I knew you'd see it my way.
What's this doing here? Evidently some idiot truck driver brought them in and dumped them there.
Well, didn't you tell him to take them through to the loading bay?
I'm sorry, I wasn't here.
Turpentine, we didn't order this.
I didn't think so. I can't find an order for it.
It's ridiculous. We only ordered 2 cartons for the print show. Oh, God, isn't that typical? The rest of it should have been delivered to Woodridge. Well, look, we can't have a cluttering up reception. Get it removed to the East Wing storeroom for now, and they can take it out of there later. What is this, Mrs. Park? Don't worry, it's not all ours. I'm just dealing with it now. Good. I have to go out for a while. There may be a call from the Attorney General's department regarding Paddy Lawson. If the writ arrives today, then she can be released this afternoon. Okay, I'll deal with it. Heather, the dispatch manager, please. That number. I want a few words with him.
Okay, so Barbara's agreed to lure the freak to isolation.
When?
sometime after work. We can't guarantee what time she'll turn up, so we need a signal system. You can take care of that, Patty.
And then what? You going to kill her or what?
I'm getting fed up with you. If I kill her, I ruin any chance I've ever got of a parole.
So what are you going to do? Give her a good talking to?
I'm going to put her in hospital for a while, okay? I'll cop another 2 years. But it'll be worth it if it teaches her to keep off our backs.
You bloody piss-weak bee. As soon as she comes back, you're as good as dead.
Well, it's my neck.
Well, you can count me out.
Oh, what's happening, Bee? You've got a caper going on. Can I be in it?
Oh, great.
Yes, all right, you can give Patty a hand, but right now you can keep Nit.
What do you want me to do, Bee?
We need a diversion, something to keep the screws busy.
Oh, it's a shame we're not at Woodridge. I could have done a strip in the yard.
Don't think that'd impress the screws here.
No, I think we'll stick to the old standby, a fire.
That old chestnut. As soon as you yell fire, they're going to know something's
Look, Margot,
wrong.
you didn't want to be involved, so shut your trap.
All I'm saying is it's going to have to be a bloody big fire for them to think it's fair dinkum. Where am I going to do it?
In here, good a place as any.
What's going to burn in here apart from a couple of old sheets? Why don't you try one of the
shut up,
storerooms?
Margot.
Oh, get stuffed, the lot of you.
Oh, second down to the ring, round 2. Fields, I want a word with you.
What about?
What are you up to? What have you been telling the governor?
Nothing. And why was I taken from the isolation cell? I thought you were going to protect me from the other women.
Smith told me that you promised her the diaries.
Well, I had to tell them something to get them off my back. Look, you've got to help me. I can't keep stalling them forever.
I can't help you. The other officers already think there's something going on. Now, if you want the women to lay off, you give me the diaries, and they'll have no reason.
For a price?
What?
You've got to give me a good report at the next classification meeting. I've got to get maximum remissions.
Right. Now, where are they?
How do I know that I can trust you?
You can trust me with one thing. I'll make your life hell if you don't give them to me. Now, where are they?
They're underneath the locker in the isolation cell. Why don't you take a look if you don't believe me?
They better be there, or I'll be back.
It's on, Bee. She's on her way.
Right, let's do it. Patty, you know what you're going to do?
Yeah.
Christy, got your matches? Okay, Margot, watch the back stairs. Stop any screws that come that way.
I told you, I'm not getting mixed up in it.
All right, Jacko, you bloody do it. This goes wrong because of you.
You're piss-weak, Bee. There's only one way this thing would have worked, and it's my way.
Later? Where are you going?
I've just gone off to the library, Mrs. Powell. Wasn't much on the telly, so I thought I'd get myself a good book.
Righto. Off you go.
Ta. I must be going punchy or something. I was only going off to the laundry.
So it should be here in half an hour, sir. Splendid. Oh, thank you very much. That was the Attorney General's department. They're not proceeding with Paddy Lawson's trial. They're sending the writ around by courier.
Well, that means she's free to go.
As soon as it arrives.
Oh, I better go and tell her. She'll have to make arrangements for somewhere to stay tonight.
Well, I'm sure Judy could accommodate her at Driscoll House if she's having any difficulties.
Yes, of course.
I'll come with you if you don't mind. I must admit, I do enjoy being there when the women receive good news.
Anybody home?
It is a special reward to see a sad face turn into a smiling one. That's my job, and it's wonderful. You see, over 12 million children die each year from hunger-related illness and disease. So I work with children who face that reality every day. 2 years ago, Coco was malnourished and unable to go to school. But as you can see, things have changed. Her health is very good, and her village has clean water. There is hope in this place because child sponsors care.
World Vision currently has details of over 400 children like Corcor who urgently need sponsors. Will you sponsor just one of them? We're waiting to take your call now on 0800 50 1010. That's 0800 50 1010.
Our CoverGirl's polished in more ways than one. Nail slicks, 3 steps in one. Base, color, and top coat, all 3 combined in one step. Easy. So many shades. Which color to choose? Easy breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Bitch! I'm glad Paddy's not going to trial. I mean, she's not basically a criminal.
Yes, I must admit, though, I did have my doubts in the beginning.
Mrs. Davidson, quick! There's a fire in the library. There's bleeding flames everywhere.
It's a private party, or can anyone join you?
Congratulations. You really fooled me this time, Smith. How did you get Fields to set me up?
Shouldn't take much persuading. She's no friend of yours, Ferguson. Then no one is. Now, are you going to turn around and face me, or haven't you got the guts?
Oh, I thought I'd let you hit me from behind. It's more your style, isn't it?
The bloody kid's weak, Boo. As soon as she comes back, we're as good as dead. We're as good as dead.
Don't panic,
Gladys. Just get your children and get out. Well, don't bother about that, Nicholson. Just get your baby out.
Why are these gates locked? Trying Mr. Birch to write alarms through, because...
I think Colleen's trying to arrange it now.
Well, the right gates aren't open. It could be women still trapped in there.
If the fire brigade will be here soon, they'll get them out.
It could be too late. Someone has to open those gates.
Erica, we can't afford to risk another life.
It's my responsibility, Ned. And I wouldn't ask anyone else to risk it.
Erica, come back!
Where are you going, Mrs. Morris?
Governor's gone right off the gate.
You can't go in, the smoke's getting thicker. You won't last 10 minutes.
drink. Give me the keys and we can both get out. Get out. I'm going to get out for. Throw the keys over here. No family and no future. Come on. Smith, there is some time. Sorry, Johnny. There's no way you'd help me get out of here. Done a real good job this time. I'm gonna die right here. You're gonna burn with me.
He used to give me roses. I wish he could again.
Oh, was it not a truly glorious episode, Prisoner Pickers? I wouldn't dream of competing for your attention with a mere snippet this morning, no matter how good. We'll have one tomorrow instead at the same time. Gosh, I'm feeling even more wobbly than that wall when Barbara was oh so gently tapping the door with the fire extinguisher. Bliss, bliss, bliss. Oh, we'll calm down with a quiz next.
Comes around. Last night I dreamed we were together, sharing all the love we'd known, till I had to face the nightmare of waking up alone. On the inside the roses grow, they don't mind the stony
Prisoner Cell Block H is in association with Pot Noodle.
And you thought it was all over, but the new season kicks off first on 5 with the 2-day Carlsberg Trophy from Dublin this week.
Ferguson, I'm going to get you. One way or another, I'll get you. And when I get out of here, you had better be looking over your shoulder. Because I'm coming after you. Only 3. Surprise. Oh, that's better. Now, do we say anything or just get down to it? Come on, ladies. Speak up. I can guess who you are. Smith. Gaffney. Lawson. Fields.
Get up, you bitch! Get up!
Your distance or I'll break her neck.
Oh, David, we can't risk that. Shut up.
Right, now, in case you lot have any other fancy ideas, just remember that your little friend will be dead before you lay a finger on me. Now, you must think you're so smart to set this up. Now, just stay right where you are, and that goes for you too. Because killing you means nothing to me. In fact, one less of you bastards would suit me fine. Right, now you. Here, unlock the gate. Come on, or I start pulling. Right? Open the gate and your little friend lives. Right?
I don't know.
Answer me, where the hell is Smith?
I don't know, Miss Ferguson, honestly. Perhaps she's at breakfast. I was just going myself.
Well, go. Bitch.
Have you just activated the alarm?
I certainly did.
Oh, what's happened?
I was attacked on the staircase.
Oh, who was it?
They. 5 of them, masked.
Well, but do you have any idea who
Well,
they were?
I can't be sure, but it certainly had the look of Smith's doing. Latham and
Listen,
Gaffney
that
were there
forest
too, I
looks pretty
swear.
bad. You should have it seen to.
Looks like you're the slip in a mob to put me in the infirmary.
Well, come on, let's not stand here. Let's find them.
Oh.
Hey, Patty. Listen, we can't have these pajama parties any longer. Slipping in at all hours of the morning is making the neighbours complain.
Your attention now. A short time ago, Officer Ferguson was attacked by a group of prisoners. Masked prisoners. Now, I don't think it's stretching the imagination to believe that those responsible are here in this room. And I want them to step forward immediately. I think it's only fair to warn you that we have a pretty good idea of who the offenders are.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if all leads find their way to your door, Smith.
Miss Ferguson, I think you should have that bruising looked at. I'll cope here. Okay, ladies. Since no one wants to own up, you'll all have to be punished. From now on, no privileges available at all. You'll be returned to your cells immediately. Those who have had breakfast, consider yourselves lucky. You'll all be questioned individually, so try and make your stories sound. Take them back to their cells.
Not that I really need to. Are you not involved in this? What are you talking about, Kate?
Don't you flack up on me, girlie. I'm too old and I'm too big. Why you just stumble into the dining room? That's what I am talking about. You'd be Einstein to work out you've been up to something. Now I want to know exactly what it is.
Yeah, well, a group of us jumped Ferguson, like Pal said, and trapped her on the stairwell.
Well, what for? Why you? Why were you involved?
For every damn reason you like to think of. That body search last night did it. I don't care what we all done to get in here. Nobody ought to be humiliated like that.
Well, that's just great. Why the bloody hell didn't you do the job properly? You heard her mouthing off back there, calling me the ringleader. Now she's going to be on my back more than ever.
Sounds to me like you're just being selfish.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
You're so bloody tied up with your own parole you'd let Ferguson walk all over you. Well, some of us aren't that lucky, Bea, and we don't like being criticised for trying to do something about her.
All right, shut up, Latham. Goes for everyone. Now stop dragging your feet and move it. Hello, Meg.
How are things?
Not too good, I'm afraid.
Oh, that sounds ominous. What's happened?
Well, that depends on how you view a group of masked prisoners trying to rearrange Ferguson's features.
Well, that's just the sort of start to the day we need.
Yes. She's managed to scrape through it with only a few bumps, though.
She any idea who attacked her?
Ah, convinced it's Smith.
But you're not.
Hard to tell what Smith might do if the mood took her, but this isn't her style. May have been once, but a parole means far too much for her to risk it on a stupid stunt like this.
And yet you say that Joan is convinced.
Yeah. Well, that's the other problem, isn't it? Her attitude. It worries me.
Yes, I agree with you. Mind you, if Bea was involved, I don't think Joan would have been quite so lucky.
No, damn sure she wouldn't have been. But we can hardly use that after this morning's little charade. She will just make it much tougher. Here, Meg, will you phone the hospital about Lizzie? Number's there. I've got to get on with these reports.
Well, I hope there's better news. She wasn't responding to treatment last time I called.
No, look, I think we should collect her belongings from a cell and store them until she returns.
I'll do it straight after this call.
Oh, look, don't worry. I'll do that as soon as I finish here.
I knew you couldn't stay mad at me. Well, I'll be leaving in about 10 minutes after the morning heart starter. Well, how about I meet you there in an hour?
An hour? Oh, why do we have to make it so early? Can't I come round after lunch?
Well, I thought you were interested in seeing the sort of work I do.
I am. It's just that I'm still a bit tired from the trip, I guess. Anyway, you know how poorly I functioned before midday?
Really? I seem to remember you functioned beautifully. In fact, there are several of your functions that I would like to discuss with you. Maybe we could take a shower together and talk about it.
Oh, bloody hell, is there only yogurt for breakfast?
Why don't you slip into something comfortable and come round?
Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can find something suitable to wear.
Right. See you there. Bye.
Speaking of functions, how's a person supposed to function without any food in the place? Anyone would reckon old Mother Hubbard lived here.
Maxie, I suggest if you don't like the way the shelves in the larder look, you do the shopping yourself. You've certainly got the time. And while we're on the subject, I feel it's about time the sound of your money was rolling round in the communal pot. Catching my drift, Maxie?
All right, Smith, tell me again. What were your movements between getting up this morning and breakfast?
I'll only have to disappoint you again, Mrs. Powell. It was a normal, boring, routine day. A usual rising, followed by a faster than usual shower, followed by a routine stroll down the corridor to the dining room, where I remained until this fiasco...
Yes, you've made your point.
Besides, you can bet your life if I had been involved, Ferguson would not be walking around talking about it.
And you, Lawson?
Well, like I said before, Mrs. Powell, cleaned the cellar, had a shower, then I went down to the dining room. I was just having a quiet chat with some of the other women when all this happened.
Okay, that'll be all for the moment. Miss Ferguson.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Just calm down, Smith. We're clearing Lizzie's things away until she gets back.
And from what I hear, we might as well move someone in here permanently. What's it supposed to mean? Oh, I'm sorry, Smith. I can't elaborate. You know how these things are.
Morning.
Oh, good afternoon.
Oh, come on, it's not that late.
Yeah, it's not that bloody early either.
Yeah, sorry. I had a bit of trouble when I left here yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
Well, let's just say Melissa arrived round at my place and Maxie put a foot in it.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Anyway, that was yesterday. What happened today?
Yeah, well, it took a very long phone call before Melissa understood just what the situation is.
Why, didn't she believe you?
Yeah, of course, but you know what Maxie's like.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll work through my lunch break tomorrow to make up for it, okay?
Tomorrow? Oh, Tony, I really need help today.
Yeah, well, Mel's coming over to look at the house. You don't mind, do you? She's interested in my work, that's all.
Yeah, I don't mind. Just tell her not to gawk at everybody, okay?
Oh, she won't do that.
I know. Well, come on, I need some help here. What?
Find love on the phone. Call the Singles Network on 0891 05 05 05.
Want a mint? Try Wrigley's Extra Sugar-Free Gum.
If you like mints, you'll love them. And chewing's great for your teeth.
Wrigley's Extra, all the great taste of a mint.
One of these musicians suffers from diarrhea, but thanks to a brand new remedy, Chewable Imodium Plus, it needn't disrupt his life. One dose works with your body to stop diarrhea and help restore your normal balance. To get on with your day, get new Imodium Plus.
A world first from Tetley. New drawstring tea bags. All the flavour of Tetley, with no drips and no mess. That's better. That's Tetley.
Colleen, I'm really worried for Bea. She's so upset about Lizzie. In fact, I've never seen her so depressed.
Well, she's not the only one. I nearly went looking for her myself this morning. Put her on kitchen duty. Then I remembered.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ring Judy Bryant and see if she can give her a job.
I thought you didn't want to work there.
So I know, but she hasn't got much choice. I mean, her parole's coming up soon and something's got to be finalised.
Yes, well, as long as you can make her see that.
Yes, I know what you mean. In her present state of mind, I wouldn't be able to convince her that night follows day.
I'll leave you to it.
Hello? Tony. Meg Morris here. No, I'm fine, thanks. Look, I'll come straight to the point.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it sounds good to me. And I know Judy's mentioned it more than once. But when's it all to happen?
Well, yesterday, if you know what I mean. Well, with a parole application so close, something's got to be done.
Well, it's an interesting prospect. I don't reckon there'd be too much trouble. Oh, look, Mrs. Morris, somebody's just come in. I'll pass you over to Judy. Good luck with the B. Smith thing.
Hello, Mrs. Morris. No, he didn't tell me what's happening. What's the problem?
Well, it's B. Parole's coming up soon. She still hasn't got a job.
Well, why doesn't she come and work here?
You knew what I was ringing about, didn't you?
Yeah, of course I did. Got to keep one step ahead of the screws, eh? Look, you tell her that she'd better take the job or else I'll, well, you know what I'll do.
Okay, Judy. Thanks for your support. I'll keep you posted. Bye.
Hey, B, where you been? Any news about Lizzie?
To the toot, and no news worth listening to.
What did you get onto the hospital?
No, Mrs. M did. Doctors aren't too pleased. There's been no change in Lizzie's condition, so work it out for yourself.
Poor old bitch.
There's only one bitch in this place, and that's Ferguson. And she's got so much to answer for, and by God, one of these days.
Yeah, you're damn right. Oh, she another tough old bastard. That's what really scares me.
Well, we got to do something.
Well, where were you this morning, sweetie, or have you forgotten already?
Yeah, well, okay, so we ballsed it up. It's no reason not to try again.
It's a bloody good reason for me not to try it again.
That's crazy talk, Margot. We got to do something.
Not when it means staying in one piece, we don't.
Now, listen here, cloth ears. As long as she stays in this prison, life remains as it is.
Oh, rubbish. It's going to get worse.
You're right, Margot. So today didn't work.
Considering you nearly got killed this morning, I'd say that's the understatement of the year.
So today didn't work. There'll be other days. Next time we do it, we'll do it right.
I tell you what, girlies. You send me a telegram when you've topped her, I'll send a wreath.
What's the matter with you, Margot? You getting long in the tooth or something?
Listen, you lot. Can't you understand that today we all had a lucky break? Ferguson is a psycho. Next time we won't all be so lucky, so include me out.
Can I have a word with you?
Yeah, sure. Hey, it's not about Lizzie, is it?
No, it's about you. Let's talk in the corridor.
What is it?
I rang Judy at Driscoll House, and the job is yours. Now, I know you weren't interested earlier, but you do realise that the circumstances are a little different now. Well, what do you say?
Sure, why not? At least I have a prospective employer that Ferguson can't scare off.
Yes. Well, I'll let Judy know.
Mrs. Morris.
Yes?
This won't stop her, you know. She'll try anything. Did you hear about coffee last night?
Yes, well, Miss Ferguson is correct, B. There is a rule...
Oh, yes, I know there is. I'm sure there's also a rule about body searches, too.
Body searches?
Didn't you hear about that? No, I'm not surprised. That was the second visit for the night. And Mrs. Morris, I reckon I've seen it all. But Ferguson's particular brand of body search is one of the sickest things I've ever seen. Do you want me to go on?
Well, what'd you think?
Oh, it's very interesting. Tony was always going on about this cause at uni, so it's, well, interesting to see him practicing what he preached. I know I couldn't. Still, it's work someone has to do, isn't that right?
Tony, would you, give me a hand with this? I'd like to get it finished before you go home.
G'day, gang. How's it going?
This is a social visit or otherwise?
Nah, I just got bored at the flat. Anyway, I wanted to tell Mr. Berman here that I have been off me bum today, and the kitchen's now full of goodies. All legit. I also got the urge to cook some grub for tonight, Italian style. Should be ready for you when you get home tonight.
Great. Look, that could be a little bit difficult. How would you like to go to the pictures tonight, Maxie? instead of the meal.
Yeah, great. Anyway, wog food isn't exactly my specialty. What are we going to see?
No, you don't understand. I'd already arranged to have dinner with Melissa tonight at the flat. So I thought you might appreciate a night out with the stars.
Yeah. I know. Alone.
My shout. After all, you must have spent most of your dole money on the food. Well, deal?
Deal. See you back at the flat.
Yeah.
Colleen, do you know anything about this body search that Joan organised last night?
Only what she put in her report, why?
I've just been talking to Bea.
Oh, listen, that could explain it.
Explain what?
Smith's remark about having a visitor during the night.
Something has got to be done about this. No one should be subjected to such humiliation. What are we going to do about it?
Nothing. Joan always acts within the regulations. The frustrating thing is she can always find some bloody clause to justify her actions.
Well, I just hope Bea can bend her head to the storm and ride it out.
Look, if Smith gets her parole, it's going to be through merit, not to spite Ferguson. I'm just sick to death of the whole thing.
Look, just do me a favour and keep an eye on her, will you?
Well, that you can be sure of.
Smith, this filter's disgusting. Looks like it hasn't been cleaned for months. I want you to clean it. That doesn't mean the rest of you can stop working. You don't mind, do you, Smith? Not a bit, Miss Ferguson. Good. I've got a few more jobs like that for you to do. When you finish that one, of course.
Leave it be. We'll do it.
No way. Can't you see that's what she wants? You do it, I get nailed for insubordination. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll do the job myself.
And then anything else that can go straight onto the rack to sell. And then stuff that you don't think we can sell, we might just give to the brothers or something like that, and they might be able to do something with it. See that? That's no good. That's it. Maxine! Haven't you got something better to do?
Well, I thought I had, but it seems Tony's made other plans.
Melissa, huh?
You got it in one.
Listen, honey. Would you like a bit of friendly advice?
No, I don't suppose that'll stop you.
It's just that I don't think you should go about throwing yourself at Tony all the time.
Who's throwing themselves?
You are.
Ah, bull. Are you accusing me of trying to get Tony into the cot?
Spot on.
Oh, Jude, you got to stop watching the telly. Your imagination's running away with you.
Really?
Really. What I'm trying to do is stop him from making a fool of himself over Shirley Temple. Stuck-up trendy.
Well, that's a stuck-up trendy that Tony happens to like very much. Now, he has to live his own life and make his own decisions about everything. You do yourself no good by carrying on the way you are, honey. And anyway, you're only going to get hurt.
So what's new? Bugger it, I'm going to the fleet.
Thought you were here, Smith. Why haven't you cleaned the toilet block like I told you?
I did.
Not good enough, Smith. Do it again tomorrow.
Yes, Miss Ferguson.
They
tell me you're going to work at Driscoll House. Helping all the dropouts, I suppose. What you could possibly do with all those drug addicts is beyond me. You weren't much help to Donna Mason, were you, Smith? Or your own daughter, for that matter. Is that why you became so attached to Mason? Because she reminded you of your own daughter? Debbie, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Debbie and Donna. They have a nice ring together, don't they? Drug addict, your daughter, wasn't she? How did she make the money for her daily fix, Smith? Did she sell pencils on the street corner? Or did she sell herself?
You filthy bitch. You filthy, stinking, sadistic bitch. My daughter was a terrified child when she died. A child of 16. And I am not going to stand here and listen to you degrade her memory. Get out, Lawson.
No.
You get out or else.
No. No, I'm not leaving you here with Pete.
Now, you listen to me, you little piece of trash. I can get enough on you to keep you in here forever. Now, you move out or I'll drop the bucket on you.
You don't be Lawson!
Oh, it's too late for that now, Lawson. The fact that Smith intended to strike an officer is enough to bring a charge. And also the fact that I have another star witness.
Get yourself dressed properly, Smith. You'll see the governor later. Miss Ferguson, a word with you.
Well, that should put paid to Smith's parole.
No, it won't. Because no one will hear about it.
What? You can't be serious. You saw her attempt to strike me.
Strike you. If you're thinking of writing a report on this incident, I think you'd better know. I didn't hear nor witness anything. Hope I make myself clear. So, as soon as I heard that, I entered the cell and saw Lawson holding Smith back.
And what was Ferguson doing?
Nothing. Just standing there, smiling. Though I think it's pretty obvious what she was hoping for.
But why? What could she possibly hope to gain by Smith losing her parole?
I have no idea. She just seemed so determined. Well, why else would she insist that Smith was part of the attack on her earlier today?
We don't believe she was.
Normally, I could think that, but no, not now. She's got too much to lose.
I agree. So it seems we have a serious case of victimization.
Don't think there's any doubt. Mrs. Davison, I would like to clear up one point. Most of us have scars through our dealings with Smith. And I think we could be forgiven if we hope that her kind never got released. But I'd hate to see her recommended for parole just to spite Joan Ferguson.
Thank you, Mrs. Powell. I take your point, and I assure you that will not happen.
So, what about Ferguson?
Well, strictly speaking, she is acting within the rules, and I don't want to accuse her of any misdemeanor. That would be a surefire recipe for industrial action, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, certainly.
Good. Could you fetch Smith for me now, please?
Come on in. There's no place like home. Have a seat.
Thanks. Very cozy.
It gets cozier after a drink or two. Would you like one?
Please.
Anything in particular?
As long as it's wet and alcoholic, I really don't mind.
There's a few pieces of veal in the fridge. I thought I might whip them into something exotic. God, you're beautiful. I suppose the night of torrid passion's out of the question.
Got enough food for breakfast?
I'll peel the grapes.
Driscoll Driscoll House, Judy Bryant speaking.
Oh, my name's McKendry, Miss Bryant. I'm with the Belmont Drug Referral Centre.
Oh, sure. What can I do for you?
Well, I've got a young woman here who's up on a possession charge. Her name's Sarah Hamilton, and she's due in court tomorrow.
Well, what's the problem?
Well, Sarah's in a very emotional state at the moment, and I'd like to recommend to the court that she be sent to you rather than go to prison.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. Is she an addict?
No, definitely not. But she has been under some strain lately, and I think she'd benefit by some time at Driscoll House. So I was wondering if you could come over here and meet her.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible at the moment. I'm the only one here. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll just finish up a few things and I'll be right there. Yeah, I know the address. Bye.
Look at that dress she's wearing. She looks fantastic. What's going on? Who's she doing it for? And why is she eating Kellogg's Special K? I'm not dieting, she says. Just show me a cereal richer in vitamins and iron. That's it. She's obviously in love.
Kellogg's Special K. Stay special.
Over 300 new kids products means happy kids at permanently low prices forever.
That's at the price.
So many people are telling us that Nice and Easy from Clairol is their favourite hair colour. Well, flattery like that is enough to make anybody go red. Or brunette. Or blonde. So if you'd like beautiful, natural-looking colour, why not find out for yourself how nice and easy it is to be natural?
Well, Smith, it seems the road to the parole meeting is getting rather bumpy.
Look, Mrs. Davidson, you know me. If I've been playing funny buggers, fair enough. I'll cop it sweet, but this isn't fair. I didn't do anything.
I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
With all due respect, you're not up for parole.
Mrs. Powell and I both agree that you should spend some time upstairs.
Oh, I see. No chance to say anything. Just shoved up into solitary.
I don't think you understand, Smith.
Look, Mrs. Davidson, I didn't touch her. I had something to do with this morning's effort. I didn't get a chance to thump her.
Smith, I don't know what you're talking about, but I assure you there has been no report, either verbally or written, accusing you of striking or attempting to strike an officer. Now, before you misconstrue anything else, I would like to explain. You are not being sent to solitary, but to isolation. We just thought that you might appreciate a little peace and quiet. It's only right that when you walk through that door, you should have a fair chance. Mrs. Powell?
Thanks, Mrs. Davidson.
I wish I could just wake up and find it was only a bad dream. Just put a full stop to everything.
Don't you think you're being a bit negative?
Do you think so?
Yes.
I don't. The legal position's quite clear.
Sarah's a law student.
Not any longer, no point, is there? Conviction would ruin any hope for a law career. What a bloody mess. Look, I know your name's Judy Bryant, but who do you represent?
Well, I run a place called Driscoll House. It's a halfway house for ex-criminals and troubled souls. There's a good chance, Sarah, that you could end up there on remand rather than go to jail.
Oh, that sounds charming.
Jail, a halfway house. I don't think you've really got a great deal of choice. I've suggested to Judy that she attend the hearing, and she's agreed.
All right.
Well, I can offer you a spare bed tonight. It's warm and there are no bugs. What do you think?
I suppose.
G'day, Tape. What's going on? Power strike or something? Better?
I thought you were going to the pictures.
I did. but it was boring, so I left.
Have you eaten?
No?
Well, there's some leftovers over there on the stove. Why don't you heat them up? How about you and me take this into my room and finish it off, eh?
Great idea. Oh, wouldn't do that if I was you. Last bird that went in there with him was never seen again.
Is that right? You must tell me all about it, Maxine. Over breakfast.
Yeah. Okay, Judy, yeah. No, it's all right, I understand, yeah. I'll be there before you hang up the phone, okay? All right. No, I've got to push off. Judy's got somebody new at the halfway house she wants me to meet. How about we meet for lunch?
Fine. Where and when?
Oh, about 12:30. You can decide where.
Okay. I'll give you a call later.
Fine.
Oh, sorry. The hands are clammy.
Well, the way to fix that is to wipe them with newspaper. That way you can clean up while you're looking through the situation's vacant column. You catching my drift, Maxie?
Real bundle of laughs, our time. How long you known him?
Oh, we used to go to uni together. We didn't do the same course, but we shared common interests. We still do. Actually, I'm really very fond of him.
Yeah? How long are you hanging around?
That could be a bit of a problem, really. I have a strong possibility of picking up a job in Sydney.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
Trying to convince Tony to give up this good Samaritan business of his and come with me. Actually, we talked about it last night. He said he was intending to do exactly that.
Really? Didn't think you two had much time for talking last night.
We managed.
Morning, Colleen.
Morning, Meg. I think you'll be pleased to know that the score is now Ferguson 1, Wentworth 1.
Sorry?
Morning, Joan.
Yes. Good morning.
Check the roster, will you? I'd like you and Barfield to look after H&D block from today.
I see.
Well, I better get moving. I want to see B as soon as possible. Called in to see how Lizzie was this morning.
How is she?
Not very well, I'm afraid. She was delirious all night, calling out to B.
Oh, well, look, if you want to speak to Smith, you'll find her in isolation.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
This is Sarah Hamilton.
Tony Berman. Hi.
Well, I'll let you take over now. I better check up on Denise, see what she's up to.
Okay.
See you later, Sarah.
Okay.
So, let's talk. I'll tell you what I know. You're on a charge for illegal possession of drugs, and you're a law student. Your turn.
Where would you like me to start?
Anywhere you like. Do you have any friends? Boyfriend? Girlfriend? Anyone you're close to?
Alan did.
And what does he do?
He's a law student too, same year.
Does he know what's happened?
Yes. Look, I've got to see him even for a little while.
Yeah.
Can't cope without him.
I don't think there'll be any problem. Where does he live?
No, you mustn't contact him at home. Get him at the university. I'll leave a message there for him, but not at his home.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry. Why?
It's Alan's father that doesn't like me.
Well, that's different. It's usually the mother.
That wouldn't worry me. I could handle a woman, not that pompous snob.
The usual thing? You're not good enough for his son?
Alan's tried to talk to him. He knows we're together, but it doesn't mean a thing to him. He just
Please get Alan for me, please.
Just leave it with me, hey? I'll have a talk with Jude when she gets back. All right?
Mrs. Morris, has there been any change in Lizzie's condition?
I'm afraid not, Bea. I called in to see her this morning. All the doctors tried to say all the right things, but she looked... Well, she's just not the same old Lizzie that we knew.
I feel so bloody helpless. I've always been able to do things for her in the past. Mrs. M, could you ask Mrs. Davidson if I could have permission to go and visit Lizzie?
Well, that could be difficult, Bea.
I don't see why. With my parole so close, surely they couldn't consider me a risk. And maybe, just maybe, I could do something to help her.
All right, then I'll ask.
Thanks.
Apparently Lizzie's been mumbling something about a purse. Now, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, sure. I've got it safe. Silly old duffer.
Hey, listen, Bea. Don't worry about Lizzie. She'll be all right. Listen, if we get anything down the grapevine, we'll get it to you. Somehow.
Hello, Lawson. And that's that. Daddy seems to be getting in the way of true love.
Well, we're going to contact that friend of hers.
Alan? Oh, probably. She made such a fuss about it that I said I would. Well, I must say, this whole father-son-girlfriend story seems a bit obvious.
What do you mean?
Well, I got a funny feeling that dear Alan is Miss Hamilton's supplier.
You sure?
No. It's just one of those crazy theories we're paid to come up with.
Well, if it is a family row, we'll have to find out exactly what's happening from Sarah.
Yeah. Just what I feel like. A nice domestic squabble to brighten up my day.
Tony, what's the matter with you? You've been spitting nails ever since you came in today.
Yeah, well, I'm fed up with other people's problems. Even my sense of humour finds it hard to get up in the morning sometimes. I reckon we could run the Wailing Wall a close second. Sorry, Judy. It's just that I've got a few other things on my mind. See, what did I tell you? I'm starting to sound like one of my own clients.
Hey, come on. I've caught up with you. What's going on?
It's not my bloody fault. We've run out of sheets. Hey, Chrissy, you on strike or something? I only wash them. I don't make them. I reckon Mouse has got lost between her and maternity.
Well, we can't do them if we haven't got them. Why don't we take a break? All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no.
No.
The noes have it. Unless someone wants to argue the matter.
Well, what are we supposed to do? We've run out of sheets and Mouse hasn't turned up with the laundry basket yet. Mind you, we never had this problem with Lizzie around, did we? By the way, girls, where is she?
Oh, haven't you heard? She's in hospital.
Get out of it. I never even knew she was sick. Yeah, some disease knocked her right off her feet.
It's the trouble with some germs. Got no respect for age.
Very good. No, I mean it. Kindergarten standard, of course, but a distinct improvement. Now, let me see if I understand the point you're trying to make. I take it I'm being blamed for Birdsworth's hospitalisation.
We're not the only ones improving.
Not that I need to explain, but if you're looking for someone to blame, then I suggest Gaffney is your logical choice.
Bull.
Oh, it has to be, ladies. You see, I was only doing my duty within the regulations. And if there's one thing I know, it's regulations. Mind you, when I find out who it was who attacked me, I might just have to bend a regulation or two.
Where the bloody hell have you been?
Give it a go. You don't rush back from eternity. A bruise from the basket will kill you.
Hi, love. Heard
Judy.
Oh,
Shall we
yeah?
go?
Yeah.
That's a bit early for lunch, isn't it?
Oh, for God's sake, look, don't start the time clock routine again, Judy.
Well, hang about. All I'm saying is
Look,
that
I
it's
know what you're saying, and we're not that far behind. All I'm doing is taking a lunch break, right?
Look, I'll be waiting in the car, Dave.
Yeah, okay, look, I won't be long.
Well, certainly glad your girlfriends don't pop in all the time if you're going to bite my head off the minute I open my mouth.
Oh, come on, you're overstepping the mark, and you know it, Jude. Since I started this job, I have worked plenty of unpaid overtime, so don't hassle me just because I'm taking an early lunch break, okay?
That is not the point. You know that I appreciate all the work you've been doing here. All I'm saying is that your attitude to this house has changed since Melissa's arrived.
Yeah, you're right. But things have changed. Judy, I'm seriously thinking of leaving and going to Sydney with Melissa. She's got a good job there and she means a lot to me.
Well, when will you decide?
Oh, I really don't know.
Well, we'll leave you to it, Miss Ferguson.
Oh, very good, Governor. Will you be at home in case I have to contact you?
Not for a couple of hours. Mrs. Morris and I are visiting Birdsworth.
Oh, good. Give her my regards, won't you?
Did you have any luck with that request of Bee's to visit Lizzie?
Yes, I was going to tell you about that. I don't understand their reasoning, but they want to wait till after the parole board meeting.
Oh, is that still happening tomorrow?
Yes.
That's not too bad then. Although why they would allow her out on a work release and not to visit Lizzie is beyond me.
The whole department is beyond me, but I shall be used to it by now. Don't forget your keys.
Good night.
Right.
Good night.
Good night, Governor.
Can you believe that bitch? She was actually challenging us to have another go.
Well, she's an A-grade loony, that one. Well, she ought to be locked up in here.
Yeah, except it'd be my bleeding luck to end up in a cell with her.
Well, I'm going to take her up on that invitation. Nothing'd suit me better than to carve that smug look off her face.
Weren't you listening yesterday, Lawson? With rat bags like Ferguson, it's a no-win situation.
Sure, I heard you, but you were the only one running scared. Isn't that right, Chrissy?
I didn't say that. Not now, anyway.
What?
Margot's right. Take it from two girls who've been through it all. This one is a killer. Only in her case, she's wearing a uniform and she's memorised the old bloody rule book. Whatever she does, she's going to win.
Not if she's dead, she won't. Now, you look here. I've got 18 more months in here before I'm free, and I'm not risking that on another bash at Ferguson. It's just not worth it.
And that's the truth of it. Grin and bear it.
Mrs. Powell? Heard any news about Lizzie?
Well, Mrs. Davidson and Mrs. Morris will see her tonight. You'll have news tomorrow.
Look, we're just a bit worried, that's all. I know you're busy, but we'd all sleep a lot better if we knew.
Well, I'll phone the hospital. Let you know the latest when I come round again.
Thanks a lot.
Anyone there? Anyone there?
Harry! Harry! Oh, God. Oh, no.
Found if you know anybody who's off on holiday.
Oh. I have never heard of anything so stupid. You have upset the whole place for nothing.
I didn't know I was doing that, Mrs. Morris. I just thought that I
Well,
was...
don't think. And don't ever be so silly again. Now, the next time you hear something, for God's sake, check on it before you act.
I've
never seen Mrs. Morris so cross.
What do you reckon, Mouse? You go off half-cocked and get the whole place in an uproar.
Oh, it's not that. She don't like the freak any more than we do. And it's the freak that's caused all the trouble. But you were dopey enough to fall for the bloody trick.
I wasn't dopey, you Mouse. Ferguson just sucked you in.
Oh.
Well, do you want some coffee?
Right. How did it go?
The case was adjourned. Sarah's been remanded into our care.
Congratulations, Sarah. Well, that's a lot better than jail.
I'm still going to get a conviction, though, aren't I?
Oh, don't be so gloomy. There are 1,001 technicalities you can get off on.
Not with my luck. Do you mind if I ring Alan?
No, of course not.
Oh, he called to see you this morning.
Thanks.
Oh, let's let her get on with it. Listen, what'd you find out from him?
Who?
Alan. Did you get any information about Sarah?
No, I didn't think to ask him.
Well, why not?
Well, I was on the phone to Melissa when he arrived.
Tony, we need all the information that we can get to help Sarah.
I'm sorry, Jude. I just didn't think.
Yeah, well, you haven't been thinking about anything, have you, except yourself?
Look, I'll be okay as soon as I get myself sorted out.
Oh, yeah, and when's that going to be?
Today, I hope. I was wondering if I could have a little time out to go and talk to her. Clear the air.
All right. Anything that's going to get you back on deck's worth a try, I suppose.
Okay. I'll try not to be too long.
Well, is he coming?
Yeah.
Then don't look so gloomy. You're going to feel terrific when you see him.
I'd like a word with you before you go.
Of course.
Did you start the rumor about Lizzie Birdsworth being dead?
Beg your pardon?
Trap said you told her Lizzie was dead.
Oh, Trap's got a brain the size of a retarded sparrow. Don't tell me you believe what she comes up with.
What did you say to her?
When?
This morning.
Oh, well, I saw her on her way to the showers.
What did you say?
Well, Trap was whinging about how tough things are in here. I just told her she was a lot better off than Birdsworth.
What on earth made you drag Lizzie's name into it?
Look, I don't know what you're getting at, but it was perfectly valid within the context of the conversation. Trap has put her own stupid construction onto it.
Well, Smith was also told that Lizzie was dead. Someone slipped her a note.
It's got nothing to do with me. Nor is this Trap nonsense. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Well, that's the same story Mouse told.
Close enough. And as usual, Joan picked exactly the right person.
I'll bet she dropped that note in on B2.
And won't we be able to prove it?
Well, of course I didn't mean to leave you stranded on the phone. There was a problem.
There always is.
Melissa, it was work.
You're working 24 hours a day, Tom.
Well, that's the sort of job...
How's it going?
Not the best, Maxie.
Well, cup of coffee will fix things.
Maxie, scram.
What? But I just got home.
Oh, just get out, will you?
But I was only going to make a cup
If you want a cup of coffee, go around the corner.
Well, if your deep and meaningfuls are too deep and meaningful for me to hear, I'll piss off. I can take a hint. See what I mean? 24 hours a day.
All right. What do you want me to do? Give up work?
No, but you get too caught up with it. I have to compete with every deadbeat for 5 minutes alone with
Ah, now we're coming
It's
to
true.
it. It's not true. Look, sure, I'm involved with the people I work with. That's the sort of job that it is. You've got to understand that.
All I can understand is this job is an emotional drain on you. I don't want you when there's nothing left, Tony.
Oh, so you came to take me away from it all.
Only because I can see what this job is doing to you.
Well, this is where I want to be. You can forget your nice, safe jobs and your 9-to-5s and your brick veneers. I like this job because it helps people. And I intend to keep on doing it.
Is that all you have to say?
Only that I love you.
Then it's your choice, Tony. Safe to come in?
Yeah, it's safe.
That means she's gone.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
I'm drinking rum. That's all we got left. It was a great thing for the Navy in the old days.
You, Tony. for maybe. And it ain't the old days. In fact, it's pretty early for any day.
She's gone, Max.
She might be back.
She's gone her way and I'm going mine. Listen, I'm sorry about kicking you out before.
It's all right. Look, you both got different jobs. Different way of life. Everything's different.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
And I haven't helped much either.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been pretty rough. Pushing myself on you and all.
No, you've been all right. I've been the rough one. Giving you a hard time.
I reckon I needed it.
I only did it so you'd get yourself straightened out, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm on the way.
How's the house, honey?
Not bad.
And the job?
Looking good there, too.
Oh, well, we've done some good then.
Right on, Tom.
Yes, to me then.
I wish somebody would have a go at Ferguson. I've had a bloody gutful of that. Yeah, well, it won't be B. Smith, and that's for bloody sure. Oh, Margot, look. Let's have a look at the kids, eh? Jeez, you're a plucky tar. Yeah, I know. G'day, Jeannie. Hi. Can I have a little cuddle? What are you doing with that baby, Latham? They're all right.
I'll tell you what's all right. You, take that baby and go.
We're only showing it to them. It hasn't got anything catching.
You heard what I said, Stanton.
And what if I don't? What are you going to do? Get out the black glove?
Shut your mouth, Stanton. You're on a report.
Just what do you think you are? Some kind of school bully?
It's enough, Jeannie.
It's all right, Mrs. Morris. I can handle this.
Come on, just move on. Go on.
I don't appreciate your interference. She's still on a report.
It's all right, Joan. I can make out a report, too.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Can I help you?
I'm looking for Sarah.
Oh, you must be Alan.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll get her. Sarah?
Hi.
Hi.
Well, kids, let's see if we can scrounge up for lunch, huh?
It's awful, Alan. And I'm stuck here.
I wish there was something I could do.
There is. What about you?
My father's still giving me a hard time.
About me?
What else?
You should stand up to him.
I have. He keeps saying that, well, he got me out of trouble with you once, and I'd be better off staying away.
Don't do that. Don't stay away.
Miss Ferguson also reports that you're insubordinate.
If that means I have something to say, she's right.
What did you have to say?
When you said we were showing the baby to the others?
Is that all?
No. I said she was behaving like the school bully.
Yes, well, that more or less confirms Miss Ferguson's report. I would advise you to watch your step in future.
So what happens now?
Oh, you can consider yourself officially reprimanded. As far as I'm concerned, that's the end of things.
Thanks, Mrs. Powell. It's
I
really...
would, however, warn you that the light nature of the reprimand on this occasion is not licensed for similar behavior in the future. Is that clear?
Yes, Mrs. Powell.
Then don't forget it.
You know, explorers on top of mountains drink rum to keep warm.
So you said.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not an explorer. There's no rum left.
I reckon you've taken enough to keep out the cold.
Oh, no, I haven't. I think of Melissa, I get cold all over. I want a drink of toast.
Well, not to Melissa Tone.
Why not?
She's not here. And you said yourself she won't be back.
Well, who is here then? You are. Well, I'll drink a toast to you then.
She meant it.
I do. Here's to Maxie. You wouldn't run off and leave me, would you, Maxie?
No, Tony.
Good. You are staying, aren't you?
If you want me to.
I do.
All right, then. Well, let's get you into bed. Come on, up you go.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Come on. Buttons first.
You're a good mate, Maxie. You're a good mate. Oh. Oh.
Hi, Tone.
Look at that. Oh, yeah. Freaks in the kitchen, it's a revenge on the workers. Wish I could work out some revenge on her. Oh, here's someone who'll agree with that. Agree with what? Fixing the freak. As long as it's permanent.
Only took her 6 months to work out what a mongrel the freak was.
Chrissy, she had me over a barrel. I mean, I had to do what I was told.
Yeah?
She did it to everybody. To me, to Chrissy.
Chrissy? What did she ever do to you, apart from rearranging your face?
That $2,000 she did you out of.
Do her up yourself, Bill. Chrissy never had that sort of dough.
She did.
Shut up, Phil.
Well, what's going on here? Just a little personal disagreement, Mrs. Morris? Yes, well, you can take out your personal disagreements on the sheets and the towels. Now, get a move on, come on.
Since your last hearing, Mrs. Smith, we've given your case a lot of consideration. Unfortunately, you compounded your problems on a previous parole, and by a very serious crime at that.
That was a long time ago, sir.
Nevertheless, it's pertinent to this hearing. And a second murder, a premeditated murder, no matter how long ago, is always relevant. Now, what happened?
That all came out at the trial, sir.
Well, perhaps not all. Perhaps not the way you felt.
My husband was a... Well, he neglected our young daughter. She died of an overdose.
But this sort of thing happens in quite a lot of families. Young people gain access to drugs with no blame accruing to either of the parents.
He didn't do a thing to stop her. He didn't try to help her. Nothing. He just let her die. His own daughter. My daughter.
But that does not alter the fact that what you did was very wrong.
You asked me what my feelings were, sir.
Yes, I did.
Well, that's what they were at the time.
Have they changed?
No, not basically. But I have. I've had a lot of time to think. I know what I did was wrong. And since I've been away this time, all the people, the memories, and the associations have slipped into the past. If you'll just look at my record, I think you'll find it's very different.
I see. Well, perhaps if you'll give us a few minutes.
Of course.
Ah, g'day. Wasn't expecting you.
No. I can see that.
Tony's not home.
No. I can see that too.
Melissa. I thought... Well, you know what I thought.
You gave me a pretty fair idea of that yesterday.
I realise now how seriously you do take your job 24 hours a day.
Do you?
I realise better than you can expect.
So I drank myself stupid last night for nothing.
I spent a sleepless night, sober, yet thinking things over, and, well, this morning I realised I did have some genuine feelings for you.
Good.
And I shouldn't let that interfere too much with your career. That's why I went over to your flat this morning. Now I know how your 24-hour-a-day devotion works in practice.
Look, it wasn't like
I know exactly what it was like.
There have been a good many charges against you since your last parole. What do you have to say to that?
I think you'll find that's true of most long-term prisoners, sir.
To some more than others, perhaps? But tell me about your stint as a journalist.
Well, I had the opportunity to put forward a point of view that people out there don't have.
And you feel you used that privilege wisely?
Not always. Sometimes, maybe I did get a bit carried away with my own point of view.
Something which may not always be acceptable to the people out there.
You can hardly blame me for using phrases like that, sir. I've lived with them for so long.
But they do underline the degree of adjustment you'll have to go through if parole is granted.
Yes.
You're an intelligent woman, Mrs. Smith. I'm sure you realize that we don't go into such great detail in all the hearings. Some we get through very quickly. Usually those in which we see no hope of parole being granted. Now let's proceed.
What do you want?
We reckon you're holding out on us.
Well, what do you mean?
You seem to know an awful lot about a lot of people's business. My money, for instance?
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was meant to be a secret.
How come Ferguson never touches you?
I lost my remission. What do you call that?
I call that Ferguson's way of keeping a good thing going. Anyone else would have got a punch in the gut. And we reckon there's only one way that could happen. You've got something on her, haven't you? Right, you bitch.
Oh,
What is it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What is it?
Nothing.
Come on, who told you?
Nobody.
Oh, well, if no one told you nothing, how come you know? Bet she's got something out of Ferguson's file.
Right.
That's it. What is it, Fields, we want it?
I haven't got anything out of the file.
Don't lie to me, I'll brain you. Oh, something, maybe she's got it on her. Let's have a gander.
No! Harriet, please! No! Give us a look. Leave me alone! No!
Look at that dress she's wearing. She looks fantastic. What's going on? Who's she doing it for? Why is she eating Kellogg's Special K? I'm not dieting, she says. Just show me a cereal richer in vitamins and iron. That's it. She's obviously in love.
Kellogg's Special K. Stay special.
Mix along with blackcurrant or lemonade.
Free the spirit of Pano.
Well, it was just a sort of a practical joke that got out of hand, Mrs. Powell.
We're not in a boarding school, Fields.
Yes, well, I guess I did have a bit of an argument.
An argument that ended with you being stripped and your cell almost ripped apart.
That only happened by accident.
And you're still refusing to say who's responsible. I don't accept what you say, Fields. However, my main concern is that incidents like this are kept to a minimum. There's been far too much unrest in here in the last few days. She can spend the next 24 hours in isolation. I'll speak to her again then.
Very well.
Well, we're almost finished, Mrs. Smith. I'm sorry we've held you up for so long.
That's all right, sir.
Of course, it's only over for today, but there's no doubt that we'll finalise the hearing tomorrow. Are you all right, Mrs. Smith?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. Just that I was rather expecting a decision today.
Nothing on the spot, I'm afraid. You've been involved in so many things. We need time to weigh up all the circumstances.
Oh, your son will be down in a moment, Mr. Jeffries.
And is this the only place you've got for me to talk to him?
I'm not obliged to give your son anything. This is a home for women.
And good enough for the sort of women it gets, too.
Would you like to come through, please?
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Alan.
How did you know where I'd be?
Oh, I guessed you'd still be wasting your time with that little piece. Wasn't far from there.
It's not wasting time.
Look, I don't want any messing about. I want you back at university where you belong.
Sarah needs me here.
Oh, you're a fool, Alan. She's trapped you once and she'll do it again. You mustn't let her play on your weaknesses. God knows you've got enough of them.
Dad, I can't be what you want me to be. I hate university. I can't do the work. I'm not going back. I can't.
Rubbish. You're coming with me now.
No, Dad.
I think it's time you left, Mr. Jeffries.
This is a family discussion, and I'll thank you to keep out of it.
Or perhaps you'd like me to get the cops to escort you out.
You'd call the police into a place like this?
You bet I would.
She means it, Mr. Jeffries.
There's the cause of all the trouble.
Hardly me who's caused the trouble.
Then perhaps you can explain why my son was in strife after he met you. He wasn't before. You needn't stand there looking like a timekeeper. I'm going and taking my son with me.
No, Dad.
All right. If you prefer that little tramp, that's your lookout. And I warn you, you haven't heard the last of your part in this.
Well, well.
Oh, go away, Bea.
What are you doing here?
Look, I've had a hard day and I'm in no mood to talk.
Well, I've had a hard day too, and I am.
Look, I don't want to talk about it, all right?
Well, I suppose I'll just have to find out about it from the other girls.
You want to know everything, don't you?
I do know everything. Sooner or later.
Yeah, well, I'm in here for my own protection.
What have you been up to this time?
If I let you know, will you make sure the other women stay away from me?
Maybe.
I've got some information, and they want it.
Who's it about?
Ferguson.
What is it?
I've got some old diaries of hers from Queensland about her activities there.
And you've been holding them over her. Where are they?
That's where I draw the line, Bea. I'm not saying where I got them or how I got hold of them.
Why not?
It's the only protection I've got against her.
Oh, I see. And you feel secure as long as you're the only one who knows where they are?
Yeah, well, that's right. Look, I've got some papers of my own hidden along with those things. Important things. I mean, if anyone found those, my whole life would be in ruins. And my sentence would be longer.
Yeah, I must be getting old. There was a time I would have made you share that information with everyone.
Yeah, but that's the point, Bea. I mean, if you share that with everybody, I mean, it'd be sure to slip out. I mean, the whole threat's gone.
Yeah, all right, you made your point. But just keep an eye on her, okay?
If we knew what was causing all the problems in this place, we'd find a way to do something positive about it.
You know as much about it as we do, Mrs. Morris.
What about our Saltland Fields? If Mrs. Davidson hears about this, there'll be hell to pay. And she's bound to find out sooner or later.
Don't tell her nothing, Chrissy.
And once it gets official, everyone starts to pay for it.
I don't know nothing, Mrs. Morris.
What's wrong with everyone, Patty?
I don't know, Mrs. Morris.
Then I suggest you find out. Because if there's a clampdown, you're the one with something to lose. Now, you may not get out of here with a clean sheet after all. Not if they find out you're up to something.
Hey, Patty, bring us a bit of bread, will you? Coming, Margot.
Now, in a couple of minutes, you're going to be as good as new.
I wasn't much good even when I was new. I think it's time I gave up the game, Jude.
Yeah, so do I. Now, will you hold still? Oh, hi.
Judy.
How's that feel, darling?
Still sore, but better.
Okay. How was your walk?
Oh, good, thanks. I just wanted to ask you,
Ask me what?
can Alan stay with me for the night? I really need him here, Judy.
Here, love, drink that. Listen, Sarah, that's against the rules, love.
Please, Judy.
All right, just once, okay? And you'll have to be out by morning.
So long as we have tonight.
All right.
She tried to give it up cold turkey. I've made a mess of that like the rest of my life.
Let's face it, Sarah. Our lives are a shambles.
I ended up on the street in the first place because I left home to get away from my dad. And one thing led to another. And it was the drugs. I don't really blame the old man for what I've done, but he was a proper bastard.
If only I could get Dad to understand that I'm never going to make it at university. That I'm a flop.
Not.
In his eyes, I am.
I'm not likely to amount to much either. The customer that punched me up yesterday, he was the last straw. Sometimes I just can't see the point in going on.
Don't say that.
Why not? No one gives a damn.
We do here. Honest.
That scene Dad made was the finish.
Needn't be, Alan.
He doesn't care for me. No one does.
I do.
Yes, but you're the only one. And you're in just as much of a mess as I am.
Well, at least you're trying to give up the drugs. That's a start.
Not much of a one. If that fella had paid me instead of belting me, I would have bought more. I would have gone down again in the long run.
Yeah, but you didn't, did you? And you had the sense to come here.
I've got something we can take.
That's not going to help in the long run.
What I've got in mind will.
Look, I'll tell you what. If you like, I'll stay with you tonight. I think you'll feel better if you get some rest, and things are going to look a hell of a lot different in the morning.
All we do tonight is go to sleep.
Come on, everybody, out if you want breakfast.
Breakfast, Sarah.
If she wasn't on muster, I feared she must be in isolation. Right. Come on, let's find out what it is she's been hiding. Look, it's gotta be somewhere.
Got a problem?
No. Just I was up all night with the new girl. A pro with a drug problem.
How is she?
Huh. Well, as a matter of fact, I think she's a hell of a lot better than I am at the moment. I'd kill for a coffee. So, any other problems?
Only mine, as far as I know.
I thought you sorted Melissa out.
It wasn't Melissa.
Oh,
It's a long story.
oh God.
God. Right, well, we've got to see Mrs. Davidson. This is just getting out of hand. We just have to find out who did this before something more malicious or violent happens.
I agree, but I don't think a witch hunt is the answer.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that.
Well, that's the way it would look, I'm afraid.
All right. What's the alternative?
We'll keep her in isolation for the time being. That way, nobody will be able to get at her.
But how do we find out what's behind today's effort?
Well, everybody will be off guard if we play it down. That will give you both a chance to watch them. Now, I have some good news for a change. I have a memo here from the department about Paddy Lawson. They are willing to apply to the Supreme Court for a writ of noli prosequi on her behalf.
She'll be set free without a record.
It seems that way. And the other good news is the parole board seems to be looking favourably on B. Smith's case. She should have the news this morning.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Why Maxine?
I was drunk.
Drunk, yeah, drunk. That's the #1 male excuse, isn't it? How did she react?
Well, she's clinging a lot.
Clinging a lot. Well, I suggest you go straight over there now and uncling her.
Now?
Yes, now. Look, you were no use to me at all when Melissa was here. I don't want an instant replay with Maxine, of all people.
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, listen, did you wake everybody up?
Yeah.
Has Alan gone?
Haven't seen him.
Well, that'll be my first job for the day. Getting the lovebirds out of the nest. Will you go? Sarah? Sarah? Now, come on, kids. I bent the rules for you, didn't I? It's time to rise and shine. Will you two quit clowning around? Oh, my God. Oh, kids.
And to sum up, Mrs. Smith, we're more than happy with the way you've conducted yourself since we saw you 3 months ago. However, prior to this exemplary period, you do have a long history of troublemaking within the prison, with some outbursts of violence, I'm afraid. Well, of course, we don't see this as a bar to granting parole, where we see a person has made genuine efforts at self-rehabilitation. And in your case, I'm sure they're not just a flash in the pan. You should therefore have no trouble in keeping up the effort till the next hearing, in 6 months' time.
Excuse me, sir, did you say 6 months?
Well, there won't be so many questions the next time round. And I look forward to granting your parole then.
He used to give me roses. I wish he could again.
So, bad news for B, but good news for us. We get to keep her a little longer. Now, Jennifer Dovey writes from Birmingham saying, "Dear bloke that sounds like Kit from Knight Rider." Do I? Anyway, I'm writing about my meeting with Joan Ferguson. I was visiting a local community centre fete when Ms. Kirkpatrick, the superstar guest, arrived. As she was escorted from her Vauxhall Viva, peachy beige, I might add, I leapt forward and requested an autograph and got not a push in the face or kick up the bum, but a nice signed photo saying, "To Jenny from Maggie K." Lots of love from Jennifer, stay up all night because I have no life. And John Tomlinson of Barnsley has snippets about me. I introduced the first prisoner episode on 5 and read out the first snippet over the credits of episode 100. Well, if you say so, John. More Wentworth wonderment on Friday morning at the same time.
Wait on land the stony ground.
Prisoner Cell Block H is an association with Pot Noodle.
Hey, hombres! Last week we had red hot eats for the Salsa Dance Championships. This week, the big enchilada, the finale.
If we can pull this off, I'll be happy.
See rehearsals!
You should be panicking and you should be getting it right.
See costumes!
So my head comes here, my arms come here.
See salsa!
It's not just imitating sex on stage.
Caramba! Y arriba, andale, scorchio! Hey, chihuahuas, who will be the king and queen of salsa? Find out in Club Culture, Arriva Wednesday, 8:30 on 5.
And you thought it was all over, but the new season kicks off first on 5 with the 2-day Carlsberg tournament from Dublin this weekend. 4 teams, 4 games, and Liverpool's Michael Owen. Will he do it again against the Irish champion St Patrick's? Friday at 5:45. And then it's Lazio versus Leeds, Friday at 8:05. Saturday afternoon, it's the playoffs at 1:15, followed by the final at 3:35. A total tournament in 2 days, right here on 5.
Get set for 5 News and Sport at 6 after this morning's quizzing session.
This is 100%. Our carryover champion, back for his 6th game, is number 1. What is your name?
Hello, my name is Paul Ducas from Chester.
Number 2, what is your name?
Hello, my name's Rosalind Ramsey and I'm from Leytonstone.
Number 3, what is your name?
Hello, I'm Marcus Wheatley and I'm from Richmond.
In the course of the next 25 minutes, I'll ask 100 general knowledge questions which you should answer by pressing the appropriate button. At the end of the game, the contestant who has scored the closest to 100% will be today's champion. Good luck to you all. The competition begins now. Question 1. Who played Buster Edwards in the 1988 film Buster? A. Joe Brown, B. Phil Collins, or C. Gary Kemp? The answer is B, Phil Collins. Question 2. Which popular computer game was invented by Alexei Payitnov in 1989? A. Tetris, B. Tantris, or C. Transis? The answer is A, Tetris. Question 3. Which metal is known in France as argent? A. Gold, B. Silver, or C. Bronze? The answer is B, silver. Question 4. In the 1997-98 season, which football team had the highest average attendances? A. Arsenal, B. Manchester United, or C. Newcastle United? The answer is B, Manchester United. Question 5. The ancient city of Babylon stood on the Euphrates River. Is that true or false? It's true. Question 6. With which kind of dancing is Joaquin Cortez associated? A. Ballet, B. Flamenco, or C. Striptease? The answer is B. Flamenco. Question 7. What is the name of Liam and Noel Gallagher's older brother? A. Neil, B. Colin, or C. Paul? The answer is C. Paul. Question 8. According to the proverb, what broke the camel's back? A. The last straw, B. The last drop, or C. The American tourist? It was A. The last straw. Question 9. After how many performances on Broadway did the musical Carrie close, causing a loss of $7 million? A. 17, B. 11, or C. 5? The answer is C. 5. Question 10. Poor Richard was a character created by Mark Twain. Is that true or false? It's false. He was created by Benjamin Franklin. After 10 questions, the percentage of correct answers given so far is as follows. Rosalind has 70%. Marcus has 70%. Paul is in the lead with 90%. Question 11. What is Terry Wogan's first name? A. Derek, B. Michael, or C. Logan? It's B. Michael. Question 12. What was the title of Anthony Burgess's 1974 novel? A. Nelson Sonata, B. Napoleon Symphony, or C. Wellington Waltz? The answer is B. Napoleon Symphony. Question 13. Who hosted the 1998 BAFTA Television Awards? A. Lenny Henry, B. Ben Elton, or C. Bob Monkhouse? The answer is C. Bob Monkhouse. Question 14. Whose poem begins, "Stone walls do not a prison make"? A. Robert Herrick, B. Richard Lovelace, or C. John Donne? The answer is B. Richard Lovelace. Question 15. The state of Florida takes its name from the Spanish word for flowery. Is that true or false? It's true. Question 16. Which plant has the Latin name Theligonum sinocrambi? A. Horse's radish, B. Dog's cabbage, or C. Cat's pea? The answer is B. Dog's cabbage. Question 17. What is the first name of Mr. Rochester in Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre? Is it A. William, B. Charles, or C. Edward? The answer is C. Edward. Question 18. Who provided the soundtrack to the 1983 film Local Hero? A. Phil Collins, B. Mark Knopfler, or C. David Gilmour? The answer is B. Mark Knopfler. Question 19. The Belgian port of Ostend is in which province? A. West Flanders, B. Hainaut, or C. Luxembourg? The answer is A. West Flanders. Question 20. A beignet is a lace veil worn in church. Is that true or false? It's false. It's a fritter. Question 21. Whose portrait of an unknown man went on public show for the first time in 40 years at Audley End in 1998? Was it A. Anthony van Dyck, B. Hans Holbein, or C. Don Tino? The answer is B. Hans Holbein. Question 22. Ken Bruce hosts a daily show for which radio station? A. Radio 2, B. Talk Radio, or C. Virgin? It's A. Radio 2. Question 23. Which of the following is one of the Christian names of Lady Gabriella Windsor? A. Ophelia, B. Juliet, or C. Desdemona? The answer is A. Ophelia. Question 24. In what year did the composer Sergei Rachmaninoff die? A. 1923, B. 1933, or C. 1943? The answer is C. 1943. Question 25. The actor Bert Kwok was born in Manchester. Is that true or false? It's true. Question 26. What was the name of Britain's first acrylic fibre? A. Mantell, B. Cortel, or C. Itches-like-L? The answer is B. Cortel. Question 27. What nationality is the novelist Carol Shields? Is she A. Irish, B. Canadian, or C. Australian? The answer is B. Canadian. Question 28. The term claudophone refers to any musical instrument with what? A. Strings, B. Reeds, or C. Valves? The answer is A. Strings. Question 29. What is the approximate length of the Grand Canyon? A. 177 miles, B. 277 miles, or C. 377 miles? The answer is B. 277 miles. Question 30. Kvass is a Russian bread made from rye. Is that true or false? It's false. It's a rye beer. After 30 questions, the scores are as follows. Paul has 63%, Rosalind has 63%, Marcus has 63%. Question 31. Historically, St. Distaff's Day, the day after Twelfth Night, was the day that women did what? A. Resumed the housework, B. Proposed marriage, or C. Made their husbands wash? The answer is A. Resumed the housework. Question 32. Which of the following birds belong to the family Phenicopteridae? A. Flamingos, B. Puffins, or C. Hawks? The answer is A. Flamingos. Question 33. Who was defeated by Martina Hingis in the 1998 Australian Open final? A. Conchita Martinez, B. Mary Pierce, or C. Anka Huber? The answer is A. Conchita Martinez. Question 34. Daniel Pollan was the Prime Minister of which country? A. Canada, B. Ireland, or C. New Zealand? The answer is C. New Zealand. Question 35. Cole Porter's first show closed after only 15 performances. Is that true or false? It's true. Question 36. Which medieval manuscript was saved for the nation in May 1998? A. The Jarrow Epistle, B. The Sherborne Missal, or C. The Canterbury Tale? It was B. The Sherborne Missal. Question 37. In the abbreviation DNA, what does the A stand for? A. Atom, B. Axis, or C. Acid? The answer is C. Acid. Question 38. In which film did Audrey Hepburn play Joe Stockton? Was it A. Breakfast at Tiffany's, B. Funny Face, or C. Charade? The answer is B. Funny Face. Question 39. Where did Thomas Burberry open his first drapery business in 1856? A. Winchester, B. Guildford, or C. Basingstoke? It was C. Basingstoke. Question 40. Iraq has a border on the Caspian Sea. Is that true or false? It's false. Question 41. By what name is the plant Euphorbia marginata known? A. Wind in the willows, B. Snow on the mountain, or C. Rain through the roof crack? The The answer is B, Snow on the Mountain. Question 42. Who released the album Gorgeous George in 1994? A, Edwyn Collins, B, Jimmy Somerville, or C, Morrissey? The answer is A, Edwyn Collins. Question 43. Blepharoplasty is plastic surgery on which parts of the body? A, eyelids, B, lips, or C, buttocks? The answer is A, eyelids. Question 44. The 1998 film The Apostle was the directorial debut of which actor? A, Gene Hackman, B, Tommy Lee Jones, or C, Robert Duvall? The answer is C, Robert Duvall. Question 45. Aquarelle is a blue-green variety of quartz. Is that true or false? It's false. It's a watercolor painting technique. Question 46. Which geographical feature forms the northern and eastern boundary of Transylvania? A, Danube, B, Carpathian Mountains, or C, Dracula's Castle? The answer is B, Carpathian Mountains. Question 47. In 1974, Alistair Burnett became editor of which daily newspaper? A, the Daily Express, B, the Daily Telegraph, or C, the Independent? The answer is A, the Daily Express. Question 48. Cobbies is a reference book on which subject? A, law, B, cricket, or C, opera? The answer is C, opera. Question 49. Which football team became the Italian League champions in 1998? A, Lazio, B, Juventus, or C, Sampdoria? The answer is B, Juventus. Question 50. The film of Kiss of the Spider-Woman was made before the musical. Is that true or false? It's true. After 50 questions, the scores are as follows. Marcus has 60%. Rosalind has 62%. Paul is back in the lead with 66%. The game continues after the break.
I'm here for my 11:30 appointment.
I'm here for my 11:30.
And 11:30?
11:30.
I don't want you to be no slave. I don't want you to work all day. But I want you to be true.
No wonder it's so hard to get an appointment here.
Just wanna make love to you.
The Lynx Effect.
Welcome back to 100%. The scores are as follows. Marcus has 60%, Rosalind has 62%, and our carryover champion Paul is in the lead with 66%. From now on, I'll give updates of the scores, but without revealing who has scored what. The game continues with question 51. What is the name of Bogota's airport? A, El Nino, B, El Dorado, or C, Elefanto? The answer is B, El Dorado. Question 52.
By taking your mind off things.
Oh, and have fun at the same time.
Right. Go and hide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coming. Lucky. Behind those reeds, I can hear you.
Oh, it's not fair. My hiccups gave me away. Achoo!
And that sounds like Colin. Was that you sneezing, Colin?
Yeah, I must have caught a bit of a chill.
And Millie sounds as though she's eaten too much breakfast.
Oh,
What a hopeless
excuse
bunch
me.
you are. Lucky's hiccups, Colin's sneezing, Millie's burps.
And you're snoring. Yeah.
I didn't know the body could make so much noise without trying. Anyway, there's no way we can play hide and seek. You're all too noisy.
And we still haven't cured my hiccups yet. Oh.
Oh, hello, Mabel. What are you doing with that?
Oh, Brian, let me have it for the girl barn. It will
Oh.
look so beautiful when the sunlight filters through it in the morning.
Yeah, it'll look nice, that will, Mabel.
You like that, don't you, Mabel?
Yes, it's lovely.
Hello, Brian.
Hello. Look, I've got something else here for you. Some more shapes.
Ooh.
Oh, what is it?
This is a jigsaw. A jigsaw puzzle.
Great. I know what I'm really good at jigsaws.
Are you? I hope you're good at this one. They're quite
What-
easy to make, really, but you might need somebody to cut out some shapes for you.
What's
Right.
the picture we've got to find?
Ah, you can guess what that is.
A guessing game as well as a
Guessing game as
jigsaw.
well as a guessing jigsaw. Right, I'll put that piece down. It's got a straight edge at the top there.
Right, that's got a straight edge, because, you know, it's easier if you put the straight edges together, Brian.
Yes, I know. Oh, look, that goes there. Well, that's a good start, isn't it? Yes, two pieces together.
Oh,
what's
there's
that?
a bit of a picture on it, isn't it?
Where does that bit go?
Well, I wish I knew. I can't remember now. I cut it out and I can't find it. Well, we'll see.
Just leave it somewhere.
I'll leave it
Come
about
back
there.
to
Leave
it.
it
I knocked the
somewhere
pig over now.
and
Sorry.
see if we can
whatever
find
it was.
another piece that...
goes in there. That's a large piece. That's a good guide, isn't it, that piece?
Oh, yes. You should have cut that one in half.
So that lumpy piece goes in there. Well, I could have cut it in half, but I didn't want to make it too difficult, you see.
Well, it
did I?
looks like,
Now, look, what do you think it is at the moment?
Well, I haven't a clue, actually,
Haven't
Brian.
you? Well,
no.
here comes...
Oh, it's easy now, isn't it? 'Cause it's a duck with that great big beak at
Yeah.
the front.
Yeah. What kind of duck do you think? Any idea?
I don't
Is it a
know.
grebe?
It's a bit like a grebe, because it's got the thing on the top there. On the top
Mix
of the
them all up and
Mix
let's
them
see
up.
if we can do it
Yes,
again.
let's have another go.
Do it again.
At
All
least we know what it is now.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Yeah.
Should be easier.
Yeah.
Should
I'll
be
turn it upside
easier.
down. See if I can do it upside down. No, I can't, can I? There's the bottom piece. Where's that piece?
Mhm.
That piece goes in there.
Yeah.
And then that piece goes there.
At the back there,
At the
that's
back.
the tail. That's the
head
front
goes-
piece. No, that's the front piece, Brian.
No, hang on, I'm in the muddle now. I've got that piece. Wait a minute. The head
That's
goes...
right.
And that piece in there. There.
Lovely.
That's all right, isn't it?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm never going to get rid of these hiccups. Oh, what are you doing, Colin? You nearly frightened me to death.
Well, I was giving her a shock. It's supposed to cure hiccups. Has it worked?
Well, I do believe it has. Oh, oh no. This is a disaster, Colin. Oh.
What about drinking water upside down? My granny said that always works.
But your granny said holding your breath worked, and look where that got us.
Yes. Oh, well, I think it's worth a try. Here goes.
Well?
Yes, yes, that feels much better.
Oh,
In fact... Oh!
No.
No, it's... Oh, not fair.
Oh, listen here, you two. You know, at tonight's concert, we all know I can sing really beautifully like a lark, but I thought, instead of singing, I'd recite a poem I'd written. So listen. There once was a moorhen from Crewe who wanted to build a canoe. He went to the river and found with a shiver that he hadn't used waterproof, and I can't think of that bit.
How about glue?
Glue! That's a good idea, Harry. Yes, brilliant! Glue! There once was a moorhen from Glue who wanted to build a canoe. He went to the river and found with a shiver he hadn't used a waterproof crew. Brilliant! Oh, I can't wait for tonight's concert. Toodaloo!
Oh, she's a silly Millie, but at least she'll be able to take part tonight. I won't.
Hang on a minute. I haven't heard you hiccup for a while. Have you hiccuped recently?
Well, now you mention it, No, I haven't. Yippee! Millie must have cured it with that silly poem. Oh, hooray! Colin, we will be able to sing our duet after all.
I'm not so sure, Lucky. You see, I've got hiccups now.
Oh, no.
At the bottom of the meadow where the tall reeds grow lies a still, calm duck pond with some creatures I know. There's a black tufted duck with a bright yellow beak who's called Lucky Ducky and quacks with a squeak. A moor-hen called Millie has a nest next door and fusses and bustles by the pond's sandy shore. Then there's Colin the coot, who's a bit of a lad. He's always up to mischief, but he's not really bad. And Harry the heron standing under the willow, still in the water as he waits for a minnow. Last of all is Fiona, a tiny green frog who can swim underwater and climb a big log. At the bottom of the meadow where the tall reeds grow lies a still, calm duck pond with the creatures I know.
Horsey, horsey, don't you stop. Just let your feet go clippity-clop. Your tail go swish and your wheels go round. Giddy up, we're homeward bound.
What are you doing?
I'm playing with my Cottonville horse. Remember, it was once a cow and you broke it.
Yeah, but I rebuilt it again, didn't I? Anyway, look, I've got some more animals I can show you. Look.
Where?
Guess what this is? Woof! 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 You know what it is? And what's this one? Flap! Flap! Flap!
I
flap,
don't know,
flap,
Stubble.
flap. It's a bird.
It just looks like you're waving goodbye to me.
Exactly. Say goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And you can catch up with all your favourite friends on the best ever farm in the world next Sunday at 7 o'clock. She's loopy, long-haired and loads of fun. Check out Lucy with Milkshake next on 5.
Walt Disney Pictures classic The Little Mermaid is returning to the cinema. McDonald's is joining in the fun with 4 new magical toys. Whoa! There's a different one each week with every McDonald's Happy Meal. Whoa!
For a man, there are certain areas of your body where you just can't hide your age. I'm talking bald patches.
Comfort helps keep fabrics from balding, so clothes can last up to 25% longer. Comfort helps clothes look new for longer.
Sun Lolly is made with real juice. You can't have it. So tasty, so fruity, so soft to bite. You can't have it. Don't touch until it's frozen. Sun Lolly, the irresistible lolly for home freezing.
Bye-bye.
I like to chew it, I like to chew it. 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 I like to chew it.
Chew it, Saurus. He likes to chew it.
Milkshake, whipped up in association with Milky Way.
And top of the morning to you. Good morning. It's a jolly nice Sunday morning. Lucy Alexander here. You're watching 5 and it's Milkshake, taking you right the way through until 11:30. 12 o'clock today with the mag, of course. Now, we've got Wind in the Willows. That's coming up next. And Toad discovers a bit of a passion this morning, so make sure you tune in. That's coming up next on our screens. And don't forget, we're back at 9 a.m. with the fabulous LA Rat. That's going to be on your screens very soon. Now, birthdays around 8 a.m. this morning. If it's your birthday, make sure you tune in, because we're going to be saying a jolly happy birthday from everybody here at 5 to you. And, of course, today we've got loads of competitions and giveaways. And if you've got a bit of a sweet tooth, make sure you tune in. We've got loads of yummy things to be giving away to you. Emails, I'd like to hear what you're up to today, what you've been doing this weekend. Here's that email address, milkshake@channel5.co.uk. Now, don't forget, tune in to our weekday milkshake with the Mr. Men Tuesdays and Thursdays. All your favourite Mr. Men in Have-a-Kazoo Tuesdays and Thursdays. Don't forget, keep sending those lovely drawings of them in. Okay, it's time now for our morning milkshake competition. Every Sunday we give you a fantastic competition. This one took us absolutely ages to think up, okay? Great competition. It took us so long to think up. Basically, how many beans are in this jar? If you think you know the answer, write to us here at Milkshake, okay? Here's the address to send your entries to. It is Beans in a Jar, Milkshake, P.O. Box, new address here, 2676 London, W1A3SW. There is our new address. Also, we've got to give away, we've got first prize, we've got this huge jelly dispenser, and of course an inflatable jelly belly. We've also got loads and loads of different flavours to give to you. There we go, I don't know if you can see them. And of course, some of these cans in a jar. So loads of fantastic sweeties to give away. Stay with us today. Mirror Mirror is going to be on our screens. Here's a sneaky peek for you to have a quick look at. Check it out.
Gonna have to show him.
Oh, please, be my guest.
Well, we're not quite sure how it all works. Joe and Louisa are the only ones who can see each other, but they're not the only ones who can go through. Louisa's brother Titus can do it, and I can too. Come on. It's cool, Dad, but Tama can't for some reason. I reckon he's too scientific. You've got to really believe.
Well, I'm telling you, there's a distinct lack of belief coming from this corner of the...
What were you saying, Dad? See?
Well, will Andrew believe Louisa and Royce? Make sure you tune in this morning. It's 10:30. That's Mirror Mirror. Stay tuned. Fab programme coming up next. It's time for those Wind in the Willows.
There was no doubt that it was spring. Even in the wild wood, the green light streamed down onto the emerging growth below, and the bird song echoed around the huge pillars of the beech trees. The river, too, looked livelier, crisp and sparkling in place of the swollen, sullen grey of winter. For Rat, it meant the time to put the finishing touches to his newly varnished boat, while in the kitchen of Rat's riverbank home, Mole prepared for a downstream picnic. For Badger, it was an opportunity to feel the young sun's warmth on a slightly rheumatic back, and to try to catch the colours of spring on canvas. But on the open road, a young toad's fancy turned to thoughts of motoring.
And it's no use saying stupid car all the time, Toad. You were driving it. Oh, I say.
Exactly so, Ratty, exactly so.
All right, all right. Anyway, it doesn't matter whose fault it was. I finished with motor cars.
Oh, Toad, you don't mean it.
Yes, I do, great big silly boxes on wheels.
Well, I must say, Toad, that I'm relieved to hear you say that.
Yes, yes, I've been lying on my bed of agony, my couch of sorrow, quietly enduring the pain of broken limbs.
Well, not really quietly, Toad.
And a bruised big toe isn't quite a broken limb. The pain of broken limbs? And suddenly I saw it all so clearly. Motor car is not for me.
Well said.
Not for me, the mobile armchair. Yes. Not for me, the clumsy mammoth.
Well, Toad,
Not for me, the claustrophobic chariot. Oh. But when I get my motor bicycle, won't I just fly? Won't I just fly?
What was that?
Did you say motor bicycle?
Yes, motor bicycle. The powered velocipede. The two-wheeled arrow of the roads. Now, look here, Toad. I saw it in this catalogue while I was... Listen, it's got all the latest improvements. Oh, yes, a genuine magneto gearbox. Inflatable tappets and high-tension handlebars. Ooh, it's got... I say, just a minute. Where are you going? I haven't told you half of it. I haven't told you about the sidecar. The sidecar...
Oh, Toad.
Well, really? Whew. Now for it, now to stir things up in this dusty old place. All right. Now then. All right, retract counter cylinder. Counter cylinder retracted. Prepare for ignition. Ignition prepare for. Goggles, gloves. Oh, no, I've got my gloves. Back in a minute, my fiery charger. Back in a moment.
Are you feeling better now, Billy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moat.
It's a jolly good job for you that Mr. Rat and I were near the canal. If you're going to make a habit of falling in, you'd better learn to swim.
Yes, Mr. Moat, I'm going
you were quite right, Billy.
I said so, didn't I?
You did indeed. I'm sorry if we doubted you. There has been a motorcycle along the towpath. A motorcycle with a sidecar. Tracks all over the place.
He came right at me, sir, and I had to jump, sir, and I did, and I landed in the canal, sir.
On a narrow path like that? A motorcycle? Oh, no, not...
Toad is the only one who has a motorcycle with a sidecar.
Oh, dear. What are we going to do?
Well, for now, we're just going to get young Billy back to his mum and dad.
Thanks, Mr. Rat.
But tomorrow, I think we better talk this over with Badger.
Yes, good idea.
Oh, hello, Mole. Sorry I'm a little late. I had to... Great heavens, Mole. Whatever's happened?
It's Toad and his wretched motorcycle.
What a mess. Couldn't you stop him?
I didn't even see him, Ratty. I was just in the middle of breakfast when I heard the thing arrive. By the time I got up here, he'd all but gone. I just saw the back end of a sidecar and a number plate
TH7.
TH7, yes, that's Toad. I ought to go and give the silly idiot a punch on the nose.
Oh, Ratty, I don't really think...
No, I won't, Mole, but he just makes me so cross. Well, we'd better get this lot cleaned up, I suppose, and then we'll go and talk to Badger. And we've heard that half the village can't sleep at night because he's driving the wretched, noisy thing up and down the high street.
No doubt the law will catch up with him in time. A policeman will apprehend him in the act, and he will pay the price. In the meantime...
In the meantime, I don't want to know him.
Nor do I.
Well, then, we can but indicate our disapproval by having as little to do with him as possible.
I say, you chap!
Oh, dear, it's Toad.
Yes, well, pay no heed.
Yes, all right.
Hello! Well, everything ready then, Mole?
Yes, Ratty, all loaded.
Ready, Mole! Did you hear something, Mole?
No, I don't think so, Ratty.
I say, Ratty, Mole. Oh, it's you, Toad. Yeah, I've been shouting my head off.
Yes, well, goodbye, Toad. We're going for a picnic.
Goodbye, picnic? I say, look, I need your help. Ah, in trouble, are you? Yes, Rat, I am. It's the motorcycle, isn't it? No, it's... I say, how did you know? No, I should think everyone knows by now. Well, aren't you going to do anything?
No, Toad. And it's lucky for you we're not.
Well, I think I follow you. I think you follow perfectly well. Anyway, we're off. You're off, but... Look, it's a serious criminal offence.
I'm glad you realise that, Toad. But it's your fault, and you will have to sort it out.
My fault, but I only had it half an hour, and ooh, it went like lightning. So we heard. And there's a great deal we could say about it if we wanted. Oh. But we're going to leave it for you and the law to sort out.
Yes.
Goodbye. Oh. Goodbye. Well, that was not them. Here I am with a jolly serious problem, and all they can think about is a picnic. Well, I should just have to see what Badger has to say.
The impertinent fella must have banged on my door for 5 or 10 minutes, and in the end I had to open it to him. I gave him short shrift.
Didn't he seem at all apologetic?
No, alas, he did not. In fact, anyone would have thought that he was the injured party.
Oh.
Yeah, he is, I fear, beyond reform. Well, we shall just have to see what effect the sentence of the court will have.
Oh, dear.
Mark my words, I said to him. The law will run its course.
What did he say to that?
Shocking arrogance. I wish it had run faster, he said.
Oh, my.
That policeman, he said, couldn't catch a cold.
The cheek of it.
My goodness.
He has a lot to learn. That foolish creature. A lot to learn.
What I want to know is why is everyone so jolly cool? Why won't people help? What's the good of having friends if they don't care about one's problems? Anyone would think that... Oh, now that could be them. Overcome by conscience, I've no doubt, come to beg my pardon. Well, I shall be generous. No one could ever accuse me of petty grudge-bearing. My dear chaps, of course I accept your... Hello, what's going on?
I'm sorry, Mr. Toad.
Oh, it's you. I'm sorry, Billy?
I'm sorry, Mr. Toad.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm sorry, Mr. Toad.
Sorry?
It wasn't you.
What wasn't me?
On the motorcycle, because my dad saw it and...
Saw my motorcycle?
Yes, and you weren't on it.
Where?
On the motorcycle.
No, I mean, where wasn't I? Where was where?
Sorry, Mr. Toad.
Oh, don't start that again.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Toad. No, Mr. Toad.
Start at the beginning and go slowly.
Yes, Mr. Toad. Please, Mr. Toad, I was walking along the canal bank and I was knocked into the water by a motor bicycle.
I say.
And my dad said, I'll give that idiot from Toad Hall what for.
Oh, did he?
And then he saw the motor bicycle again, Mr. Toad, and it wasn't you
at all, Sir Riding It.
No, because
It
I
was a
had the
weasel.
wretched things... Oh, weasel?
Yes, sir, it was a weasel on the motorcycle.
So that's where it is.
And my dad said, tell Mr. Toad it was a demon. Tell him I'm sorry.
Yes. That's all right, Billy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Toad.
My machine at the weasels. Ooh, light-fingered hooligans. Highway robbers, just wait till I... Right. Now for 'em.
Oh.
Oh, dear. There's one of them in there. He's got my motor bicycle. The villain. How dare he? Right. Don't say a word if you want to live.
Yes, I do want to live. I do.
Silence.
Sorry, I forgot. Is it Mr. Toad?
It is Mr. Toad.
Ah, well...
And a lot of others. A lot of others. Oh, yes. Badger, Rat, guard the door. You, Mo, take that cutlass and your pistols and see there's no one else about. Not a word, not a sound, you understand?
Yes,
Good. Now, the rest of you, keep those 7 sturdy rifles pointed at this fellow, and your sabers in your hand, and your deadly gleaming daggers in your other hand. No questions. You know the plan.
What is the plan, Mr. Toad?
What is the plan? Well, it's look, never you mind what the plan is, you... It's none of your business. Ah, yes. I know what the plan is. Close your eyes.
I have closed my eyes, Mr. Toad.
Will you keep them closed and stay on your knees? And you count to 100 very slowly.
Count to 100, Mr. Toad. I can't.
Oh, dear. What can you count to?
I can count to 10, I think.
Ooh. All right, then count to 10. However many times 10 goes into 100. There must be 7 or 8 at least. Now, is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Toad.
Rat, you keep your double-barreled blunderbuss aimed at this fellow while I push my bicycle out of here.
Right.
Shh. I told you not to speak.
Sorry.
Now you, count, and remember what I... Oh, dear.
This is an unexpected pleasure. Is my associate at his prayers, then...
Chief! It's you!
Of course it's me. Who do you think it is?
But Badger and Rat and Mole.
They was, you snivelling useless half-wit, only a figment of Mr. Toad's colourful imagination.
What? Oh, Mr. Toad, that wasn't very nice. Not very nice.
And what are you doing in our humble abode, Toad?
Well, you've got my motor bicycle and I want it back.
What's your motor bicycle, Mr. Toad? How can you say such a thing?
Because that's it, there.
No, Mr. Toad. No.
But...
That is a gift to me. A present.
Who from?
From you, Mr. Toad.
It is no such thing.
Oh, yes, Mr. Toad, it is.
No, But look at... Oh! Badger, Ratty Mole! Oh, thank goodness!
Oh, dear. There he goes again, letting his furtive imagination run away with him.
No, I'm not. They're behind you.
Behind you? He's pathetic, isn't he, eh? Pathetic. Yeah, pathetic.
Chief.
But we'd really no idea that you'd had your machine stolen, you see.
I did try to tell you.
And we were too prejudiced to listen. Ah, Toad, we can only offer our sincere apologies.
Yes, indeed.
We are most awfully sorry, Toad.
My dear chaps, don't give it a second thought.
Oh, that's...
It would, of course, be easy for me to resent the way you cut me dead. The way you ignored my desperate pleas for help. The way you left me to face my persecutors alone.
Only until Billy told us you'd gone to the weasel's den, Toad.
Don't interrupt, Mel. There's a good chap.
Oh.
Yes, where was I? Oh, yes. But resentment is too mean an emotion for one as generous-spirited as I, for one to whom his friends mean more than life itself. I forgive you.
Oh, good. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Toad. Most generous.
That's awfully kind of you, Toad.
In fact, just to show that my affection for you is quite undiminished, I shall demonstrate the superiority of my new motor bicycle.
Toad,
Look, Toad.
Well,
No, I insist.
Oh, dear.
Ha-ha! You're going to enjoy this. Toad, the Mercury of the motor bicycle. Toad, the two-wheel tornado.
Do be careful, Toad.
You've never ridden a motorcycle. Instinct. There. Just watch this.
Oh, dear.
Thank goodness.
What?
Stupid motor bicycle.
We seem to be back to normal.
Eh? Oh, Toad. Oh, stupid motor bicycle.
Spinning a dream woven silver and gold, from sunshine and shadows and days long ago, where people are memories and stories unfold. Willows, the tales you have told me. Wind in the willows, you just seem to know who you can turn to and which way to go to unwind your wondrous mind. Wind in the willows, take me home.
The fascinating characters there in Wind in the Willows. And don't forget you can tune in weekday milkshake starting at 7:30, kicking off, of course, tomorrow morning with another episode there of Wind in the Willows. I'll be here in the morning. Rory Williams, thank you very much indeed. His age date comes from Berkshire. Fantastic picture. But we'll be back at 9 o'clock this morning with a bit of this.
The LA Rat is gonna rock this town.
Yeah! LA Rat's gonna take this town. Not if I can help it.
Kmart, Walmart, Target, Taco Bell, Planet, give it a jaboo.
Venice Beach on Sound Pine, Beverly Hills, Rodeo Drive, Roland Rats on a Hollywood High. Yeah!
And what is that rodent showbiz rat getting up to today in Hollywood? Make sure you tune in this morning. That's on at 9 o'clock. We'll be back, of course, with loads of top programmes. Eddie will be here with Pitch, Hit and Miss. No, Pitch, Hit and Run. He'll be here this morning at 9:15. Robin Hood, The Adventures of, at 9:30. And at 10:30 this morning, some more mysterious and spooky goings-on with Mirror Mirror. We've got Daria, USA High, and then The Mag at 12 o'clock. OK, how many beans in this jar do you think? OK, if you think you know the answer to how many yummy Jelly Belly beans in this jar, make sure you write to us here at Milkshake. Now, we've had loads of entries. We're going to be telling you who the winners are next week because, let's have a look, Luke reckons in this jar there is 100 jelly beans. Well, we'll let you know next week, Luke. Also, from Emma Webster, she's 8 years old. She reckons there's 1,550. Could be. Now, if you'd like to take part and enter our Jelly Belly competition, it's Beans in a Jar Milkshake, P.O. Box 2676 London, W1A 3SW. Stay with us. Birthday still to come this morning. Time for a quick break on Milkshake.
Cool! Prawn cocktail flavour, what's it?
Hand it over, shrimp.
What a goon.
What'd you say?
I said nice harpoon. Suckers. What a whopping new wash!
How come Nesquik cereal tastes so chocolatey?
Hey, because there's a whole world of chocolate in every big crunchy piece. Come on, let's go!
Quickie, there's oceans of chocolate.
Yes! You think that's chocolatey? It's even raining chocolate.
Hey, it's raining Nesquik cereal. It's so chocolatey.
See, kids, there's a world of chocolate in every bowl of Nesquik.
And now, celebrate World Cup 98 with special cereal footballs, only in Nesquik.
I like to chew it. 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 I like to chew it.
Chew it, Soros. He likes to chew it.
I live with aliens. I can prove it. My Game Boy camera reveals all. They landed on Earth, and 4 alien life forms moved into my house. Here you can see their leader. They enjoy music and games and performing weird experiments. I have hard copies of everything, in case I get abducted.
Dinner's ready. Hello, love.
Make fun of everyone with Game Boy camera and Game Boy printer.
Good morning! How you doing? Okay, it's Lucy Alexander here. It's Milkshake. It's Sunday, and we're going to have a fantastic day. We've got loads of great programmes lined up for you today. But not only that, it's time now to say a happy birthday to everybody who might be having a birthday today. And if you are, have a great day and don't eat too much cake. Right, because we've got heaps of birthdays to read out. Kicking off this morning with Kids Kitchen, Swamp Shake. Bit of an ingredient there for a milkshake. But it sounds a bit ucky, actually. It's got green food colouring in it. Please read this out today. It's for Matthew Bowles. He'll be 5 years old on Sunday. Wish him a very happy birthday. Lots of love from Mum, Dad, and all your family. Well, there you go, Matthew. Fantastic picture on the front. Happy birthday to you. Have a great day. Somebody else is 6 years old today, and the person is, let's have a look here, to Bradley. Please can I say a happy birthday to Bradley, who's 6 years old today. He loves to watch Milkshake in the mornings from Mum, Dad and brother Connor. Bradley thinks this picture is just like Dappledown Farm. Well, actually it is. Look at that. Ducky Ducky and all the crew there. So a fantastic picture there of Dappledown Farm. Thanks for sending in your card. Have a fantastic birthday this morning. Have a good day. Somebody's a bit of a honey bunny. Please can I say a happy birthday to our special little girl, Laura Beach. She's 7 years old today on Sunday the 12th of July. All our love from Mum, Dad, little sister Danielle, Grandma and Granddad. There you go. There's 2 brilliant pictures of her, one in her school uniform and one of her when she was younger, I think. And she's also sent us in a picture. Look at that. It says, Dear Danielle, dear Laura, happy birthday. Have a fantastic day. So there we have it. Lovely picture there. Thank you very much for sending that in. We've also got somebody who's 1 year old today. Happy first birthday to Connor. Lots of love from Mummy, Daddy Leo, Grandad, your great-grands, all your aunties and uncles, and your best pal, Kaylee. So there you go. Have a great day today. Somebody else is 4 years old, Daniel Vincent. Happy 4th birthday to you, Daniel. Have a fantastic day. Somebody is 3 years old, and look at this. Oh, poor old Messi. He's always getting his stomach open. Oh, and it's Ella. Please could we say a very big happy birthday to our little girl, Ella Greenwood. It's her birthday today. That's from all your family, so have a great day, Ella. Also, happy birthday to Oliver. And there's a picture that's from all your family, Oliver. A wonderful picture there, so have a great birthday to you. And last, but by no means least, a happy birthday to Maria. She's 3 years old. Stay tuned. I'll be back at 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Lucy. 3 children died early this morning in a house fire in Northern Ireland, which police are describing as suspicious. It follows a night of renewed violence at Drumcree. Police fired plastic bullets as orangemen attempted to storm barricades. The Parades Commission will rule today on the Orange Order's bid to parade on the Gavaki Road in Portadown. They've warned of more violence if they're not allowed to march. There are new revelations today about the link between the lobbyist at the centre of the Cash for Access row and the Minister without Portfolio, Peter Mandelson. Newspaper reports claim that Derek Draper received several faxes a week from the Minister's Whitehall office. The government say he wouldn't have been sent anything confidential. A month of football comes to an end today as France take on Brazil in the final of France '98. World Cup veterans Brazil are looking to make it a 5th win against first-time finalist France. They'll have to get past what's been described as the best defence in the world. A ranch in Arizona has decided to give Pamplona and its world-famous Bull Festival a run for its money. Acres of dusty desert replaced the narrow, winding streets, but the bulls looked no less daunting. Participants got the chance to scare themselves senseless and the T-shirt to prove it. And a look at the weather for the day ahead: dull and wet in the north, heavy rain at times, wind in the south with patchy showers. Top temperature 20 degrees Celsius. That's it for now. We're back in an hour's time.
You know, there's so much more to France than just football.
You've got to watch these Frenchmen, Linda. No danger there.
Stop criticising me in front of everybody. You do it the way people say, look, I've got this awful cold sore. Look, I've got this awful wife.
I just came to bring you this.
Pauline Quirk is lost in France.
I have lost my wife. Anybody else?
Deadly Summer, tonight at 8 on 5.
Is purely giving money to charity enough, or should we get more directly involved? Discussion turns to in-depth debate in the Agony Hour.
Good morning. On the Agony Hour today, we'll be putting faith to the test as we grapple with moral dilemmas that force us to question our fundamental beliefs, exploring what happens when our ethics come face to face with the practical demands of everyday life. I'm joined in the studio by people with beliefs from right across the religious spectrum and some who have none at all. Our audience, from atheists to Zen Buddhists, will later be moralising on real-life dilemmas about charity. Corinne is a devout Christian who wants to make a difference directly by befriending the homeless rather than giving to charity. So what does philanthropy mean today, and what's the best way to ensure that our donations reach the people they are intended for? Joining us on the panel to discuss these issues are Dominic Side, a teacher and author on Buddhism, Rabbi Danny Rich, who's a liberal rabbi, and Melanie McFadden, a writer and broadcaster who describes herself as non-denomination. But first, to begin the programme, we're going to look at the ethical dilemmas in this week's news. Melanie, what's the story you picked this week?
Well, I picked Viagra, and joking aside, you need a stand-up comedian really to deal with the Viagra jokes. Sorry, it's the best I can do. Anyway, I think it presents us with...
You've probably got it now,
Yeah,
actually.
I thought so. It presents us with a whole range of moral and ethical and financial dilemmas. First of all, it presents us with the dilemma of progress. And there was probably a time in history where people thought it was immoral, dangerous, and a waste of money to go to the moon. Well, probably most of us would accept that that's now part of life, like the non-stick frying pan and all kinds of other things, bypass surgery, brain surgery, all those things which we once might have thought were too expensive and too crazy and wacky. So along comes Viagra, and everybody goes, oh my God, and they all get very excited. And
Do you think it's a good or a bad thing?
I haven't got to that bit yet.
Right.
They get very overexcited, and they all become experts on impotence suddenly, about which I know nothing. We all become experts. Masses and masses of print images developed concentrating on the question of, should the NHS go bust on Viagra? Do we have a right to sexual pleasure? Yes, we have a right to sexual pleasure. I don't know whether the NHS will go bust or not. I think they should make the drug in a way so that the drug companies, who are the licensed pushers of drugs, shouldn't get rich on other people's suffering. It should be made cheap, it should be licensed, it should be available, and all those unfortunate 1 in 10 men who are impotent should get a chance, if it's a chemical problem they've got, not a relationship or psychological problem, should have the chance to do their thing. They'd be happier, we'd all be happier. the country would be happier, the women would be happier, or not, as the case may be.
So do you think Viagra is therefore something that should be available to everybody?
No, I think it should be regulated, licensed, and we should be sensible about it. And I don't think we should all suddenly think that we've got the final answer. We, the normal, ordinary public, don't know the ins and outs of impotence.
I think there's every intention to license it.
Yes, but I think that if we don't license, we don't regulate, we don't watch out, we're not sensible and open-minded about it, it'll go onto the black market, and then it really is dangerous.
I'm still confused before I go to the rabbit. You think Viagra is a good or a bad thing?
I think it's an interesting thing, and there's good and bad about it, but I do think that people who are impotent should be allowed to decide whether or not they have it.
Rabbi?
Well, I think it's a good thing, used properly. I think impotence is a very major problem for a number of people in this country and elsewhere, and the medical services should be supporting them in whatever way they can. What's happening is, of course, is the availability of it and the fact that it exists is getting tied up with all sorts of other things, like is sexual pleasure a good thing, to which Judaism says the answer is undoubtedly yes. Should it be available on the National Health Service? Well, yes, under certain conditions, and maybe those conditions would include you have to see your doctor for some period beforehand to really find out whether you've got a problem that can be dealt with by the particular drug that's available. And if the answer is you do have a long-term impotence problem or some other issue which can sensibly be dealt with by using the pill, then it should be available.
But from a Judaic point of view, you don't have a problem in principle with a man seeking Viagra too, in the sense...
No, indeed, it might be it might be obligatory. I mean, the commandment to be fruitful and multiply, for strange reasons that we won't go into now, is primarily aimed at men, and therefore if men are unable to do that, they have an obligation, in my view, to seek as many ways as they can to fulfill the commandment. And so therefore it seems to me that any sensible rabbi, under certain conditions, and maybe only for married couples,
it at this stage.
would be in favour of encouraging it to be taken.
Dominique?
Yes and no. I think for the people who are actually impotent genuinely, clearly it could be very beneficial. It could help the relationships quite apart from the individuals and in their lives. So to that extent, I can see that it would be a good thing. But I think clearly, you know, we're actually going beyond that, aren't we? The problem is the people who may misuse it or who use it simply for sexual pleasure rather than, you know, to enhance existing sexual pleasure. And then...
is there anything wrong with that?
I think from a Buddhist point of view, what's wrong is actually the obsession we have with sexual pleasure, thinking that all your happiness is going to come from sexual pleasure. I think that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with sexual pleasure per se, but the importance we attach to it, yes. I mean, we would say that a good relationship, is based on much more than good sex. You know, it's much more to do with affection and love and understanding and those sorts of things, rather than sex. You know, I think sex has been taken slightly out of context, especially by the media.
Let me get a reaction from the audience. Is there anybody in the audience who thinks Viagra is a bad thing? The man at the back. Hold on a moment, we'll just get a microphone.
I think that there hasn't been enough discussion with regards to the use of Viagra for sexual pleasure. I've got a couple of friends who literally met each other just 3 weeks ago and started going out with each other. And last weekend they used Viagra purely for sexual pleasure, and they obtained it on the black market. And I think that quite soon we'll be seeing Viagra being used in the clubs. And I don't think there's been much discussion about the use of Viagra for sexual pleasure, and I have no doubt in my mind that it will become as popular, if not more popular, than, say, something like ecstasy. What are we going to do about it?
From a religious point of view, does anybody feel the use of Viagra would be against their religion? No. That's quite good. You wanted to come in there?
I was just going to say, it could have problems on the dance floor, couldn't it, presumably, if it was used in clubs?
Very valid
Sunday morning.
point.
I mean, it might also have medical problems. I mean, there is some evidence that if you also have a heart problem, you might try Viagra to deal with the heart problem. You might end up with more problems than you begin with. I mean, there are medical tests which still need to be done before it's made available. There's some evidence in the States, I believe, that there may be deaths which might or might not be connected with the drug. And so there's still quite a lot of research and work to be done before we get to that.
Let's move on from Viagra. Rabbi, what story did you choose this week?
Well, I was rather struck by a story of the 70-year-old woman who was sent to jail for not paying £600 in poll tax. This was in the sunny city of Doncaster. The woman concerned had refused to pay the poll tax, saying it was iniquitous, had then appeared before a magistrate's court where she'd agreed to pay her fine or back tax over a certain period of time and had defaulted. Once she defaulted and didn't turn up in court, I presume, it automatically went to the bailiffs, and the bailiffs took this disabled woman with her Zimmer frame to the local women's prison, where she remained for a day on the hospital wing, being given cups of tea and coffee by very friendly prison staff.
So do you think she should or she shouldn't have been there? I mean,
Well,
the law is the law, isn't it?
Well, ultimately the law is the law, and if somebody chooses, for reason of their own martyrdom, to refuse to pay something and they have the consequences explained to them, then they must live with that decision, and they may want to live with that decision. I mean, we know of cases where people have had offered to have their fines paid and refused. However, one doesn't have all the facts in this case, because she said, bless her, that every time she gets a brown envelope it's always bad news, so she throws it in the bin. Or wouldn't we all like to do that? So it may well be that she didn't actually realise that the end result of her continuing to throw brown letters in the bin was a prison sentence.
So do you believe she should or she shouldn't have got that prison sentence?
Well, if she'd had the appropriate warnings and it had been explained to her, and she still
She'd
said...
had 6 years, apparently, to pay.
Yeah, but if she was very clear, if you refuse to continue to pay, then you will go to prison. That is the consequences of her action.
OK, Melanie?
I think it's absolutely ludicrous imprisoning somebody under those conditions, somebody of that age in that situation.
If she was 18?
I think it would be ridiculous if she was 18. What's the point of locking people up at a huge expense to the taxpayer in order to extract money from them that they don't have?
Well, how do you enforce the law otherwise?
You enforce the law by continuing to tell them that they've got to pay their fine, but you don't lock them up. Well then, if they've got extenuating circumstances, which this woman clearly had, whether she was 70 or 18, if the same circumstances applied, you can't expect her to come up with that kind of a money. She's clearly got a problem that she can't deal with herself. Locking her up isn't going to make solve the problem for her or society or the people that gather the poll tax.
Well, with respect, I mean, the courts will have set up a system whereby she agreed to pay back at £1 or £2 a week. She then defaulted on that. Magistrates can be very lenient about repayments, but if you ultimately refuse to make the repayments that you've agreed to pay, which are often very modest, then that's one of the consequences.
Maybe her poll tax was pegged too high. We don't know. We don't have the facts.
Dominique? I think it's difficult, but normally I think one should respect the law of the land, and clearly she did make a stand on principle. I think she's quoted as saying it was a vindictive tax from a vindictive Prime Minister. Her stand was a principled one rather than simply the fact that she didn't have the money. And to that extent, she may, she's perfectly entitled to make what stand she wants, but then she does have to take the consequences to some extent, I would tend to say that even if one disagrees with the law, we are in a democracy and we do have to abide by it, in the end.
Well, otherwise it's anarchy, isn't it? I mean,
but at the same time, I'd have thought that in this case there'd have been better ways of dealing with it.
Who in the audience believe it was right that the 70-year-old woman was sent to prison, albeit for a very short period of time? Right that she was sent away? One lone man in the back with the glasses.
I think anybody who makes a principled stand on some issue of law, when they think the law is a very bad law, is entirely to be admired. And many Quakers, for instance, have gone to prison because they believe in their principles. They feel that their principles are higher than the laws of the land, and it's the only way you get the government to change rotten laws, and that's why the poll tax went, because so many people were prepared to stand up and say, I refuse to pay this iniquitous tax. So insofar as she was making a principled stand against the tax, and presumably understood the consequences, I admire her very much for having done it.
But is it not a recipe for anarchy to say a law can be broken whenever you don't agree with it?
No, there's a difference between anarchy and freedom and democracy. And anarchy, we're a long way from anarchy in this country, I can assure you. There's plenty of power to keep us all in line and keep us all in order. We're a long, long way from anarchy. We've got plenty of room for dear old ladies who are prepared to go to prison on principle.
OK, you'll be encouraging them all now. Dominique, the story, what story did you pick this week?
Well, I was quite shaken by a story about a lesbian couple in England who decided to order sperm on the internet from a US donor who they handpicked from the internet according to weight, size, shape, IQ, income bracket, that sort of thing. It brings up quite a lot of different issues, I think. It brings up the issue of whether a lesbian couple should be able to have children at all.
Do you believe they should?
I think as a Buddhist, I wouldn't have any particular view for or against lesbians or gays. I think the criteria...
But you don't have a problem?
No,
okay.
Not as such, no. I think it's much more a question of whether the relationship is a good one and whether they are going to be able to create a good family atmosphere. And that varies according to...
And getting sperm off the internet?
Well, that I have much more difficulty with. And
Why? Exceedingly difficult to do.
I think apparently the actual rate of pregnancy through that sort of method, because they're going to do it at home, is very, very slight, so they may not actually succeed. But I think in terms of the moral issue, from a Buddhist point of view, conception is a very special moment. It's the moment when the mind of a being actually enters the womb and joins, you know, with the sperm and the egg, and actually creates a new being from conception.
Doesn't that happen anyway? I mean, in the sense, if the sperm is...
Yes.
But then, I mean, you still get that moment of conception and creation.
Of course, but the being you're going to get is going to be attracted by the love between the two people. If you're doing it in a very clinical way, and this, of course, has nothing to do with lesbianism or
is it
or
like,
gay
because
people.
You're against maybe designer babies being taken off the internet almost?
Yeah. I think there is a problem there.
Rabbi?
I mean, I think there are problems. It doesn't matter whether you get it via the internet or whether it's lesbians. There is a problem when sperm is impregnated into a woman. There's a hypothetical risk of incest in the future. There's the issue of the child not knowing its genealogy and not knowing what it's inherited. And so I think there are issues that make me feel uncomfortable. But
it's a desperately strong urge for a woman to have a baby.
It is, and I'm not although Judaism traditionally, for those reasons that I've just outlined, would I think be opposed, except by donation by husband, which sometimes is necessary. I, in the main, would be more open than that. But I think we need to acknowledge that there's some of the risks. And we also need to acknowledge the risk, the fact that the chance of being successful are very slight, and that whatever promises you get from a sperm bank about the fact that it's a thin, 6'2" athlete, American, and so on, may not actually be the case.
Melanie?
I think it's very spooky. I think the whole idea of choosing what you want your child to be is spooky, because you don't know.
The lesbian bit is irrelevant as far as you're
completely irrelevant. Right. Lesbians can have as many babies as they want. I'm not at all worried about that. I'm much more concerned about the sort of spookiness of it, and the fact that the sperm isn't necessarily screened properly, which has been a big concern this week by the people that run the...
But is it any more different than women down the years choosing a man because he's handsome, dark, good-looking, and you think, I would love him to be the father of my child? Is it vastly different?
Yes, because lesbians don't want to do that. Remember.
No, but you're making the point, though, not about lesbians. You're saying you're far more worried about just getting sperm off the internet.
Well, I think if you are going to get sperm, you might as well get sperm that's properly screened, properly regulated, properly licensed. You're taking an extra risk. You're taking an extra risk if you go and get pregnant by some man in an alley because you want to have a baby.
Okay, actually, there's a girl there at the back who wants to come in, yeah?
Well, I don't actually think it's fair to, like, the children, because even if, like, when they're older, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, I ordered you off the internet or whatever. It's not fair on them, and it's not like, yeah, lesbian or not, that's okay. But if you go out there purposely and say, oh, I want my child to be this and that, then it's not really love, because a child should be with someone who you care about and who you actually want that child with them, but you don't know the person. You've just sort of like said, oh, I want my baby to look like this or whatever.
Okay, last part of this section. Is there any woman here who'd be willing to get sperm off the internet to have a baby? No, well, that pretty much answers the view here on that. That's all for this part. Join us after the break when we'll be dealing with a real-life dilemma. Corinne will be revealing why her belief in a charity took her out on the streets to take care of the homeless. But some of them she tried to care for didn't want her help. That's Good Samaritans in a couple of moments.
Don't try this with an ordinary pen. It's the Penally fountain pen. The secret's in the nib. This amazing pen features a unique iridium tip nib, specially crafted and constructed with Swiss precision engineering. It's hard, it's durable, it's virtually indestructible. Plus, you can choose to use the removable pump or the disposable cartridge. Because it's pressure sensitive, it adjusts to your own writing style. And unlike ordinary fountain pens, Penally writes in all directions, just like a ball pen. The amazing Penally pen. Excellent performance first time, every time. And it's yours for only $19.95 plus postage and packing of $4.95. But that's not all. To promote this exciting range of pens, you'll also receive the complete set of matching Penally pens as a special bonus. You'll receive the executive ball pen with a pressurized refill system. Next, the reliable roller ball. It writes on practically any surface, even upside down. Next, the Penally Combi pen. It writes black, twist it, writes green, and now red. And it's yours. Also, this fabulous ladies' pen. Perfectly balanced, it's elegant and stylish to pop into your handbag. You'll also get this matching mechanical pencil that writes and draws smoothly. Plus, we'll also throw in this bonus super slim checkbook pen. But wait, there's more. You'll also get this 65-piece refill pack as an extra bonus. Solve all your gift problems for just $19.95 plus P&P of $4.95. So call TV Media on 0990 110 150 now. Operators are standing by to take your order.
Are you and that duck still slobbing in the bath?
No, I'm cleaning the place up for you, my princess.
Oh, you using the cream?
Yes, scrubbing, rinsing. If you'd rather be relaxing than rinsing, try Flash Bathroom. It cleans the place easier than creams, without leaving that powdery residue. A doddle.
Wow, you must have worked flat out to get it this clean.
Yeah, you could say that. Flash Bathroom does the hard work, so you don't have to.
Welcome back to the Agony Hour. This week, Tony Blair announced that there'll be a future appointment of a street czar to help get the homeless off the streets and into homes and jobs. He'd probably be quite proud of Corinne Bailey, who's already ventured outdoors trying to help the homeless. But as she found out, her idea of charity didn't always fit in with theirs. Corinne, first of all, did you want to do charity because of your religion?
Oh, it wasn't just because of my religion. It was more that me and my friends used to go in town just like shopping or meeting each other. We saw so many people who were just sat and begging, and, you know, some people who were lonely, and we thought, you know, if we can do something to help them, then that's what we want to do.
So what did you try and do?
Well, we went out on Saturday afternoons and we just took some money that the Scouts had helped raise for us, and we got some foods, and we just went round and said, like, asked anyone if they wanted anything, you know, that we could buy them, or if they wanted, like, a snack or something. And then, like, people who wanted to talk, they talked to us.
So, how did that go?
Well, like, quite a lot of it went really well. We found, you know, a lot of people were really keen to talk to us. And because we weren't from an established charity, they were just like, oh, so you're doing this off your own backs? And we're like, yeah. So I think they were glad about that, you know, that we just cared and that we weren't sort of there because someone had sent us.
So what was the bit that disillusioned you then?
Well, I don't feel disillusioned at all about the work that we're doing. We did have, like, some problems, you know, some people sort of maybe took us a bit for a ride, but I mean, I'm not too bothered about that. We bought a sleeping bag for one person and they took it back and got the money back, but in the end it's just money. It was just £25, and that's not really a lot of money to us, you know, because we'd raised some money, but maybe to them that's what they needed.
So do you think what you did was worthwhile? Are you still doing it? Would you do it again?
Yeah, I would do it again. At the moment I'm not, because just because me and my friends have gone off to different places and different universities. You know, I am doing stuff on my own, but not with a group. But I would do it again. I mean, some people didn't want our food, or they didn't want to talk to us, you know, because they were helping themselves. But for those who did, I thought it was really rewarding just to have people say, you know, oh, it's nice to have a chat with you.
Do you think a lot of people felt embarrassed by you, or not?
No, I don't think so. I mean, some people who were, you know, selling the big issue, and we'd go, oh, do you want a sandwich, mate? And they'd be like, oh, no, it's all right, I'm just going to Burger King. We're like, that's fine, you know. We weren't out there to sort of make people feel little, because, you know, it's a difficult situation to be in, you know, and having a bunch of kids coming around saying, do you want a sandwich? You know, some people weren't into that, but for those who were, we found it really rewarding.
Did they think you were patronising them?
Well, some people who refused, like, who didn't want the food or didn't want to talk to us, I think they, you know, they might have felt that. But a lot of people were really grateful. So, you know, everyone's different, you know. Homeless people aren't just a sort of homogenous mass
like, you know, people waiting for charity. And so, you know, some people were really grateful, other people weren't.
So was your overall experience a good one?
Yeah, I would say it was a good one, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the panel. Melanie, do you think it's difficult for people, you know, if you are homeless, and I know I'm going to go and speak to somebody in a moment who is, but to, you know, take charity from somebody young who walks up to you in the street, do you think that can be seen to be patronising? Is that what charity is?
It sounds as if you got it absolutely right by your manner. I think if you go up to someone and you say, now then, you poor little beggar, I'm going to give you some money and I don't want you to spend it on alcohol, then I think you got it wrong. And your attitude when you said, we gave them the sleeping bag and they got the money, well, so what? That's right, because you don't give somebody something and then tell them how to use it. You give it to them because you think they might benefit some way out of it. So I think you got it absolutely right in that kind of a way.
Rabbi?
The core of all the Hebrew scriptures, what we might call charitable legislation, is actually social justice. When you leave the corner of your field, the 60th of the field, unharvested, that's so that anybody who wishes to can come by and take it.
So how does it work in modern day life, for instance, in Leeds or somewhere? I mean?
Well, I think it works in three ways. First of all, every person is obliged to give into a community trust. Whether they have £1 or £1,000, they're required to give a percentage of it.
Do you mean collections in the synagogue?
Used to be done by community chest. Now it's done, but usually by some form of collection. But
Right.
Judaism says that nobody is so poor they can't give to somebody else.
Okay.
And if they are, then you ought to find a way that they're not. And so the first thing is that gives a sense of equality, that everybody is a giver and everybody is a recipient in some way. So that's the first thing. But of course, the state, of course, now has a responsibility. And the Jewish community has some of those responsibilities which is borrowed from the state, and the state's borrowed some of them back. But the problem with individual charity is that the recipient knows who the donor is, and that's not always a very good thing. The problem with state charity is that the state often is as tyrannical in the way it administers. So a sort of communal charity where everybody contributes and everybody may take, and where the people who give are anonymous and the level they give are anonymous, and where the takers are also anonymous, the recipients are anonymous.
We'll come back,
ideal.
actually, the role of the state in charity, because it's absolutely critical at one level. Jonathan Clark, I know you're involved in Buddhist charity. If we just look at the theological traditions of charity within different religions, what's the basis within Buddhism?
Well, in Buddhism, there's a very strong emphasis on what we call dharma, the quality of giving or generosity. And people have described that as the basic Buddhist virtue. If you're not practicing generosity at every level in every area of your life, then you're not practicing. And Buddhism teaches that if you act generously over time, then you'll become happier. You'll develop spiritually. So it's in the practitioner's interest to practice generosity, and we try and do that as much as we can.
And is that the way in which, within Buddhism, every day you give money to your monks? Is that the basis of that?
I wouldn't limit it to that. I mean, giving, has many different facets. Yes, you try and give so that the teaching will be transmitted, but you also try and give your time, you try and give your energy, you try and give material help and so on. There isn't really any way of delimiting it. You try and give as much as you can. We say, give what you can, take what you need. And so, at the same time as giving, a Buddhist practitioner would be trying to simplify their life.
And interestingly, in your own charity, you're not all paid the same, are you?
No, that's right. I mean, this maxim, give what you can, take what you need. And then the director of the organisation I work for gets paid less than me because I have a daughter. So we're paid very much in accordance with our actual needs, rather than with our status or with the level of power we have in the organisation, or, whatever it may be.
To just get a view from different religions, Jaffet Clark there in the back row, the edge, from a Muslim perspective, what's the theological tradition within the Muslim religion?
In Islam, it's a pillar of Islam. It's the third pillar of Islam, the giving of charity. It's called, similarly to the Jewish tradition, zakat, and it requires us at the end of Ramadan, the feast of fasting, to pay 2.5% of our income towards charitable purposes donated at the end of the fast. There's also zakat al-fitr, which is a payment of body charity, which we are supposed to give on the basis of 2.5% of our gold and silver and goods. Even in the old days it would have been crops and cattle, but that might not be appropriate now, where it would be on your wealth, perhaps the money you've got in the bank, even the money you've got on deposit. You should give a tithe, so to speak. It's not the tithe in the Christian sense of 1/10 of your income. It's still only 2.5%.
So on a practical level, Jaffa, if I am a Muslim living in London, how do I, you know, obey my Muslim diktats? And what do I do to be charitable?
If you're
on a day-to-day basis.
If you're a practitioner and you go to a mosque, any mosque will receive donations from you of any kind. But you should give to beggars in the street. If you encounter a beggar, you should give him money. It's no good saying that, oh, he'll spend it on alcohol, or that he'll waste it. You have to give him the opportunity of spending it in the first instance.
Okay. Reverend Kennedy, just to follow up perhaps on what Jaffa Clark was saying, it's similar to the tithes, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, Christians give because God has been generous to us, so we should be generous to one another and not just to Christians. I mean, my tradition is the Methodist one, which was, if you like, born in the modern world. So being Methodist, it was very methodical, and John Wesley said, earn all you can, save all you can, and give all you can. And so we created large charitable institutions like NCH Action for Children, Methodist Homes, but we also recognize a powerful connection between, as the rabbi said, the idea of charity and the idea of justice. It's not enough to feel good about giving. You must look at the total effect on society. And early in the Methodist experience, it was clear that charitable giving wasn't going to solve the problems of society. And so our contribution, we took part, along with others, of course, in the creation of the modern democratic welfare state, and we're very proud of that part of our tradition.
Isn't the dilemma today, and Rabbi had addressed it earlier, that the government, in a sense, is stepping into that role now? I mean, who is ultimately responsible to give charity? Is it government? Is it taxation in that form, or is it individual charity?
Well, that's why this program is so interesting, because very few people really understand that when they pay taxes, they're giving, they're solving really serious need. And that a quarter of our income, something like that, is taken in taxation. We should, unlike the lady in Doncaster perhaps, we should give that money cheerfully and see it as a positive contribution. We should also see that taxation and private charity actually work together in partnership. Most of the larger charities in Britain now are actually partnerships between government and the private sector.
Yes, but in practicality, you say that it's a quarter of your income in going taxes, but how much of that money does the government give to the charities? In actual fact, it's only 5% of the total national product of our country, whereas a country like Saudi Arabia gives 12% of its gross national product to foreign countries.
Melanie, you want to
I think we can't avoid this issue of who gives what to whom. The religious concept that we've had pointed out today, that you give a certain percentage whether you're rich or poor, and that goes into community chest, I think that's fundamentally flawed. We're no longer a religious society, we're a secular democratic society. We have huge, huge problems. We have poverty, we have hunger, we have ill health, we have all kinds of homeless, all kinds of problems. They're not going to be solved by goodwill and by taxing people who can't afford to give money. As the old lady who couldn't afford her poll tax, we're taxed, it's a lot more than 25%, we're taxed at an enormous rate, and a lot of that tax is wasted. It is not going to the people who need it. I don't think we can depend on...
How can you be so sure?
Well, go and look up how they use our taxes. Go and work out what they use them on. What's happening to our schools? What's happening to our health
Peter
service?
Saunders here. On this issue of government, whether, you know, charity is meant to come from taxation or it's meant to come from somewhere else, what do you think?
I think the discussion that we've had about Viagra and the internet is quite interesting. Leading on to it, if I can use those as examples, because both Danny and Melanie made very good points about the dangers of using, in the case of Viagra, drugs that are largely still unknown quantities, and exchanging sperm on the internet. And we all know now that there's a rising number of children who are being born with things like the HIV virus. So there are great dangers in our society. Now, if we allow those things to go on, we have to take steps to actually protect the people who are the recipients of those drugs or that treatment, sometimes to actually protect people from the administration of those drugs and that treatment. I, for example, work for a charity called Action for Victims of Medical Accidents, and we are at the sharp end of picking up the pieces of people that have been hurt during the course of medical treatment, often negligently, I have to say.
And I'm sorry for moving that, because obviously that's a very important point for both you and your charity. But if we're to focus on the question of, you know, where does charity come from? Who should be responsible ultimately for charity? Is it the government or is it the individual? Who is it?
I think it's, despite Mrs. Thatcher saying there's no such thing, I think it's down to society. We all have a responsibility
Roger
to
Hammond,
deal
I know
with these
you're the
issues.
director of Living Earth. What's another charity? What's your view on this? I mean, is it a mixture of both? Do we still have individual charity, individual religious charity, and yet the government also has a role?
I think it is a mixture of both. Individuals, the sense of charity, the feeling of giving, it's a very important individual act, which benefits the individual and society as a whole. Government has a role and responsibilities based upon the rights that we give it when we create a government. Similarly, private sector has a role based upon the rights that it gets for being part of society. And charities, these organisations that bridge between beneficiary groups, private sectors and public sectors, also have a great responsibility to live up to their charitable objects. So as a charity, we have to keep hold of that most valuable asset that we got, which are our values.
Just go back to the Reverend for a moment. The lottery is something, you know, most people at home can, you know, relate to and say, oh, this is meant to provide lots of money for charity. I mean, it's complicated, the lottery, isn't it?
Yes, I think that Melanie is raising important questions about that. And the lottery is a very bad way, I think, of giving money. The Methodists have been grumbling about the lottery for some time, but...
You don't take money from it, sure you don't?
We only take it for programmes that help the poor. We will not take lottery money to prop up our own buildings. A lot of money comes from the poor, from the lottery, so we don't see why we shouldn't channel a bit of it in the opposite direction.
Most religious groups, the idea of Methodism, and not particularly picking on the Reverend, but NCH or Action for Children, if charities could come clean about their history, particularly Christian charities, rather than trying to dupe Joe Public about what they've done and what they're going to do for the future. I meet thousands of people whose lives have been destroyed by charities, particularly Christian charities and Christian childcare charities, who just when they were being looked after by happy Christian charities, suffered such enormous abuse that they're just the walking wounded. And perhaps when people are giving, they need to give very carefully and think who they're giving to and what the history of particular charities are.
Doesn't that make it, doesn't my point, sorry to bang on, doesn't my point come into play here, that if you actually don't rely on an ad hoc thing like a kind of charity which is run by amateurs, even though they're now very big business and they're big corporations, if you actually regulate this statutorily, and you have a big pile of money and everybody's given it through their taxes, through taxation, and you tax the rich, the kind of people who are on the Forbes list of the most rich people in the world, tax them, take their money and use it for all the things that we're talking about now.
Okay, Melanie, we are at that point you just, well, I know lots of you want to come in. We're just going to take a break. We're going to come back to this exact issue and I'll bring in as many as I can. So join us after the break when we'll ask whether charities abroad are just as deserving as those at home and whether they can get the aid to the people who need it rather than the often corrupt regimes who rule them. Join us in a moment.
When I reach for my bowl and that wicked honey wheat that fills a hole. Tell all the puff people that wheat is neat. Those little honey jackets just can't be beat. With milk, it's thrilling, my kind of fuel. Delicious in your dishes, it keeps me cool. I'm the sugar puff daddy with something to say. There's no better breakfast to save the day. Hey, now that's what I call wrapped in honey.
I like to chew it. 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 I like to chew it.
Chew it, Soros. He likes to chew it.
I live with aliens. I can prove it. My Game Boy camera reveals all. They landed on Earth, and 4 alien life forms moved into my house. Here you can see their leader. They enjoy music and games and performing weird experiments. I have hard copies of everything, in case I get abducted.
Dinner's ready.
Hello, love.
Make fun of everyone with Game Boy camera and Game Boy printer.
Today we're
a submarine, you'll need a washing up liquid bottle, a pair of scissors, and some plasticine. Now, before you use those scissors, today you'll need a washing up liquid bottle, a ruler, and some sticky tape. Now, first of all, you need to stick
Still loads left.
when milk turn around.
Because of its richer, longer-lasting suds, Fairy really does last longer than anything else.
You'll need an egg box, some sticky back plastic, and a yogurt pot.
Welcome back. In this part of the programme, we're going to explore whether we can fill up our souls just by emptying out our pockets, or whether volunteering our time as well is the real test of benevolence. But first, let's see whether charity begins at home or should it spread to foreign lands. Who should we give to? Who do we believe we should give to? John in the second row there. Where do you think charity begins, at home or in foreign lands?
I don't know. I probably at home, I suppose.
You sell the big issue, don't you?
Yeah.
Are you homeless yourself?
Yeah.
Do you like, do you sell the big issue because it makes you feel less like you're begging for charity?
Yeah, I used to beg, and I think it's probably harder, all right. But you'd get more money begging, but you get more abuse as well.
And do you get annoyed with people if they don't buy the big issue? I mean,
No, they'd probably buy it somewhere else. I can't say that, you know, that somebody, just because they walk past me, doesn't, you know, they might buy it somewhere else, and I can't say that they do or they don't, so
I mean,
I can't abuse them really.
we talk about, and have been, you know, for the past while on this programme, about charity and, you know, in principle, but you are somebody who would benefit from charity. Do you like people to give you money or not?
I don't mind, yeah. I do if they mean it. I don't want people coming up handing me money and going, yeah, that's for you, you know, I'm doing my bit.
Is there anyone here who wouldn't give money to John? The lady there with the glasses.
Well, I found it very frightening. I used to work in the West End and I had to go on a tube, not very late, maybe 8:30. And sometimes there was nobody else there and somebody would come by and say, have you got a cigarette? Have you got money? You couldn't refuse.
Would you buy the big issue off John?
No, I don't. Because
Why?
it's not one of my, I don't look upon it as a charity. And mainly there's two sides, like you said. There's givers and doers. I do. I can't afford to give a lot of money, but I will stand and collect money for hospice. I will do all sorts of things. I've been in a charity shop. I've done car boot sales and given the money to a home for disabled people so they can go out. I'm not a giver. I mean, I am in a small way, but I'm mainly a doer.
Dominique, just to come to the panel for a moment, and I'll go straight back to the audience. The difference between giving at home and giving abroad, should the priority be that we give to the people who need it at home here in our country before we start looking abroad, or not?
I find it very difficult to say that someone I know or someone who's living in my country is more important than someone who's living in another country. I think for me, what really is going to matter is I'll give to a cause or a person who moves me. And that could be someone who I meet on the street here, or it could be someone I see on the television in Sudan. And if you give from that, then at least you're giving from your heart and you're meaning it, to, you know, rather than applying these sorts
But isn't that a dilemma, because you see images on the television which are incredibly moving, and you have charities that are less, I suppose, immediately demanding, but are perhaps just as worthy?
That's true, and it depends what you're exposed to. But I think all we can do is give when we actually see the need, you know.
Sally Lane from Oxfam, what's your perspective on this? I mean, I know you'd have a particular perspective, but how do you think the balance goes between charity at home and charity abroad?
Well, I mean, Oxfam is known as an overseas charity, but in the last couple of years it has started a UK poverty programme, and it's fairly low profile at the moment, but it came out of Oxfam's overseas experience, running the same sort of schemes and projects that we do overseas in this country, so things like credit schemes or working with the homeless or single parents. And Oxfam felt it had a moral responsibility to work with people in this country as well.
Did you feel that in a sense you'd neglected people at home? In a sense?
Yes, I think that was the idea, that there is poverty around us in this country, and you can't, you apply the same criteria as you do with people overseas.
What do other people here think? Charity at home or abroad? The gentleman there in the front row. Yeah.
I think I'll go a step further than charity starts in the home. I'd say that charity starts in your own heart, and I think it's a question of well, what was it John? Yeah. John said was really pertinent. He doesn't mind people giving him money, absolutely, but they've got to mean it, and I think that says more than the money itself, and that's got to do with personal contentment and individual happiness, or in touch with your truth, and I think that's where it really begins, and the rest. I'm afraid to say it takes care of itself, but I do believe it does.
The lady beside you.
I think it's the giving and the receiving that matter. We seem to be obsessed with seeing giving at the moment as being just money, and in the rabbi's example, the 60th of a field, I think, is something we should think about. I think whether you give to home or abroad can only be a matter for the individual conscience, and indeed how you give. You can give of your time, you can give of your money.
What's
surely
better?
those people in religious orders who...
What's better, time or money?
I don't believe that either are better necessarily. There's some very interesting incentives going on in the corporate sector at the moment that involve the corporate sector giving in both terms of individuals' time and money, which is able to target some very interesting aspects of work. But I do think that this idea of the charity and the state being in partnership in certain instances, at the moment, may not hold true for much longer necessarily. So long as everything is rationed, then the charities may have to step outside that box.
Jonathan, you want to come back in?
I was going to pick up on a point that somebody made earlier about giving from your emotion or from your emotional response. But I would just add to that, I think that people also need to give intelligently. And I think if people are thinking of giving money to a charity, well, ask questions, not just about your emotional response to the people that are going to be helped, but also ask questions about the competence of the charity to do the thing that you want them to do. And picking up on another point earlier on about, well, why don't we abolish charities and get the state to do everything? Well, I think, the answer to that is that very often a charity will be in the best position to help a particular group of people. And governments actually give a lot of money through sometimes very small charities, because they realise, for example, our charity works with ex-untouchable people in India. Now, if our government was to give money to the government of India, that money wouldn't reach those people, precisely because they're untouchables.
From the Samaritans' point of view, Lisa Collier, because you're involved with them, the point Jonathan was making, do you think that's correct?
I think the Samaritans are a good example of time versus money from a charity point of view. We have 20,400 volunteers within the UK and ERA. That amounted to 3.2 million hours of listening time last year. Our volunteers give time mainly when you're looking at our volunteers. Now, from a financial perspective, that adds up to £28 million worth of time if you connect it with the national average wage. Obviously, you can't put a price on saving lives, which is what our volunteers do. But it does provide a good example of the fact that you can give time rather than money.
Melanie, how do you avoid creating a dependency culture? Because that's something I will put back to the audience. In terms of charity, one of the fears is that you create a dependency culture.
I think the whole problem with charity is that even though it comes from the best of motives, that it's necessarily ad hoc in its administration of funds. And you get people like the person who sells the big issue and the lady who won't give the money to him because she's frightened of him. And you therefore, that proves the point entirely. We shouldn't be having that kind of emotional dilemma. It shouldn't be a dilemma that we're confronting. We live in a very rich world which probably...
So what are you saying? John shouldn't be selling the big issue, or John shouldn't be homeless?
John shouldn't have to sell the big issue. John should have a job and somewhere to live.
But that's utopia.
It's
we
not
don't
utopia.
have that. We live in 1998
It is certainly not
London.
utopia. We have thousands of very, very rich people in the world who, with a little generosity, if we tax them, we could make funds that would solve all these problems. We wouldn't be dependent on people's goodwill, which is ad hoc.
There are many charities doing a superb job, very professional.
I'm not contradicting,
and
I'm not calling
they do a better job than the state, which is often surrounded by bureaucracy. I can think of Jewish Care, that provides most of the Jewish social services in this country. It's a superb organisation.
I'm not knocking the people who do the charity. I'm not knocking the people who do the work. I am only saying that it is necessarily, by its very fundamental nature, ad hoc.
Let me go back to the audience.
Should be given a chance to
Danny Graymore. I want you to just go to Danny Graymore, who's there in the blue shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, in a way, I think we're kind of talking about a model of charity. This is what seems to be coming across. Model of charity that is very much an extension of kind of welfare services, of which is a large component of what charity obviously does. But charity also kind of is far more diverse than that. And mentioning the charities as being very professional, we've got a lot of organisations that a prime kind of role is to actually lobby government for them to actually take on certain responsibilities that the charity themselves perceives to be governmental responsibilities. It should be provided.
End up too much like businesses then, as opposed to kind of charities? I mean, would you end up running a business?
Yes, it's a debate that has been happening, and I think when it started there was almost a sense that these could be mutually exclusive terms, business and charity, and I don't think they necessarily need to be. I think what has happened over the last 10 years is charity has developed and learnt a lot of the key efficiencies that are necessary and good in business.
Roger Hamilton.
Yeah. I think this idea that funds are the root solution for everything is crazy. Throwing funding at people and throwing funding at issues doesn't cure anything. One of the areas where Living Earth works is in the Orinoco Delta in Venezuela, and there are communities there of 87 to 100 individuals who've had $1 million dropped on them, which has meant other people have come rushing to the area saying, where's our share, where's our slice? The money being dropped into communities doesn't actually help. It creates a dependency culture, it creates the feeling of being a victim, and communities can start to say, we need saviours.
But without the money, you can't have the charities. The charities fall completely out of use without the money. There was an example of this last week with the Landmine Survivors Network, which was promised when Lady Di was Diana, Princess of Wales, was fronting that organisation. They were promised a large amount of money, $24 million or something in a year. They've had $2 million since she died. They now can't go on getting rid of those landmines in Bosnia. When she was fronting it, they could. Money isn't everything, but money certainly goes a long way.
The lady in the back row. The lady in the back row, yeah.
Yes, I agree with both of you. I'm part of an organization, it's a sorority back in, well, you of course can tell I'm from the States, and we do a lot of community service. And our main thing, I noticed that people don't want to be given things, you know. They just want someone to take out time with them, talk to them.
Like the Samaritans.
Right, and with John, not to be rude, I wouldn't give him anything. I will sit and talk to John, because sometimes John might just want to talk.
I mean, like this.
I mean, I might give
but
him,
it's
you
more
know,
than that.
I would want to see what is his need. Money is not everything. Sometimes this person might just, this day, need someone to talk to.
Let me just ask him that. It was actually, you know, a serious question. Would you like people to take time down?
Loads of people who talk to me and don't buy it. Loads of people.
Will talk to you.
Yeah, and don't buy it.
But do you mind that?
No, they're all right.
And also, like in the States, our big problem is our money only goes to people outside. We have a lot of problems as far as homeless, education, you know, other issues within the home, and they're worrying about people outside, what they need to deal with.
Can I just say that, I mean, that's a question of scale, because, yeah, we have loads of problems in this country, America does as well, but there's nothing in comparison with a lot of the problems that the third world are facing. And if we, you know, being an incredibly rich country and a civilized nation, can't give money to other countries, then I don't think that we are a civilized society if we can't do that.
Sean McKay here in the front row.
Well, another issue just to do with that, to do with charity, is these problems in the third or developing world, are they created by us to some extent? Have we interrupted their culture or interfered with their culture enough that, and then we go back and we say, oh, look, here's some charity. So we've actually taken away their indigenous culture, where they're left not with the cultures, the structures, the social structures, the family structures, and they're beginning to buy into Hollywood culture, shall we call it, or whatever it is we're ending up with. And is it charitable that we do that? You know, our Tesco's and Sainsbury's, and we have all the things we want, but there's a cost. So
Peter.
A slightly different point. Being connected with charities and having sort of worked in the insides of them, this is a bit where my head will come off after the programme.
Maybe even before the end of the programme?
Even before the end, well, hopefully before. You know, people give themselves fabulous expense accounts and lunch and executive incomes and salaries. You know, the person who's paying their 50p or their 10p or their pound, do they seriously know that 20 lots of that won't even cover somebody just going out for lunch, just on an ordinary business lunch?
It's a point, Reverend, isn't it? I mean, not obviously from a Methodist Church point of view, but I mean...
charities are becoming more professional, but I must try and get one of these nice charitable lunches. I mean, I think that's slightly marginal.
But we all know things like, let's be honest, things like huge charity balls and things. I mean, you also think the amount of money that goes into those balls.
Church charities don't go in for that. That's the I fear, the Diana Princess of Wales sector. But could I just respond to a point that Melanie made? I mean, charities don't operate on an ad hoc basis. They're very, very geared up to and locked into government programmes. The problem... No, let me finish. You've had a long old...
And I'm going back to the audience, actually.
The thing is that it's not the giving that matters. It's the giving intelligently. We are creating dependence. We need to say, well, there's the old saying, if we were put here to help others, what were the others put here for? We need to create a mutual society, and what we're doing is creating a dependent one.
Gentleman there, yeah, just beside. Yeah.
We're talking about where the money's going now. Now, in my charity, at the church that I'm with, the Emmanuel Inspirational Church of God, we're building a community centre. This is a place where people can see what's happened, and this is a place where people who are in need will be able to come when they need to talk to somebody, when they need help with things, perhaps they're having a problem with drug taking or alcoholism, whatever it might be. Now, we can say in our charity that everybody in our charity, everyone who's given to it, can be sure that none of that money has been put into land, mines and arms.
Philippa, from the Charity Commission's point of view, the point there that Peter was making, I mean, how much does one imagine that you put in a pound maybe into a box? It does go an awful lot, doesn't it, in kind of costs for running charities and...
It does. I mean, as people have mentioned, the vast majority of charities in this country are working extremely hard on very tight budgets. I think people are concerned about administration costs, but that's why we're there at the Charity Commission, to keep an eye on that kind of thing. And we will act if
How much abuse is there?
Very, very little. Charities really do have in mind the funds that are coming in, the generosity of the public and how that should be spent. There is a very, very small percentage of deliberate abuse, and where we find that, we stamp it out.
OK, Philippa, sorry, I've got to cut you there. We just to leave it there. We've run out of time for this week, but please do give us a call if you're in a crisis of faith and you'd like to take part in one of our programmes. Call us on 0990 200 570 if you believe that it's morally acceptable to publish names of convicted paedophiles returning to the community. Or do you think paedophiles deserve the same human right to privacy as everybody else? The number again, 0990 200 570. See you again on 5 at the same time next week. Goodbye.
Australia, a routine building destruction ends in death. What went wrong? Calm seas off the coast of Florida turn nasty, sinking a young businessman's dreams. What went wrong? A veteran jet pilot crashes during an airshow stunt and is nearly killed. What went wrong? Tales from the brink of disaster starts Tuesday at 8:30 on 5.
Can you describe yourself to me?
I'm a Yorkshireman, for a start.
and I grew up in South Yorkshire.
And I was always a very strong little girl.
I'm a Labour Party member. I've been one for 30 years, and I'm going to stay one till I die.
One of the risks about getting involved in the media is that it destroys your credibility.
It's obsessive behavior, which took me actually a year to sort of come out of.
What is a light entertainer?
Well, someone who weighs under 10 stone.
Kirsty Young Interviews, a new series, starts next Sunday, 7:30 on 5.
And Sports Minister Tony Banks kicks off the new series with Kirsty next week. Now we go back to the present with a 5 News update. Here's Carrie.
It's 9 o'clock. I'm Carrie Fraze. Police have launched a murder investigation after 3 children died in a sectarian arson attack on a house in Northern Ireland. The boys were all aged under 10.
This is Richard Quinn, Mark Quinn and Jason Quinn, killed while they slept in their beds. I think this province, while marching is very important, while protesting against marching is very important, now wants to take stock that there are even more important things, much more important things, and I want everybody to reassess their position in the light of overnight events.
There are new revelations today about the link between the lobbyist at the centre of the Cash for Access row and the Minister without portfolio, Peter Mandelson. It's claimed that Derek Draper received several faxes a week from the Minister's Whitehall office. The British Grand Prix gets underway at Silverstone today. Mika Häkkinen's in pole position with Schumacher just behind in second. Coulthard, who trails Häkkinen by 20 points, could only manage fourth. A ranch in Arizona has decided to give Pamplona and its world-famous Bull Festival a run for its money. Acres of dusty desert replaced the narrow, winding streets, but the bulls looked no less daunting. And a look at the weather for the day ahead. Dull and wet in the north, heavy rain at times, windy in the south with patchy showers. Top temperature 20 degrees. That's it for now. Katie's here at 11.
Good morning, and you're back to Milkshake with me, Lucy Alexander. Loads of fantastic programmes for you. A huge lineup this morning, and at 11:30 we kick off with USA High.
Oh, Winnie, I'm glad I found you. I have some bad news about Uncle Helmut.
He's dead.
No. When I told him you were coming to Germany, he said he only wants close family by his side. So you can go. Bye.
Oh, wait a minute, Christian. Look, you're trying to get me to forget about Germany because you think seeing Uncle Helmut's going to be too difficult for me.
No, Winnie, it's...
Honey, you don't have to tell a little white lie just to make me feel better.
I'm learning that more and more each day.
Man, I can't believe Christian can't come with us to the soccer finals this weekend.
Yeah, well, he should have never made up that story about his Uncle Helmut.
Well, what he should have done was tell Winnie the truth. It just goes to show you that it never pays to lie. Never.
Yeah, right.
Ooh, poor Winnie there. She's been told a bit of a pork pie. Make sure you tune in this morning. That's USA High, and that is going to be at 11:30. A great lineup. We've got Roland Rack coming up next. He's going to be in Hollywood, based around the showbiz world. At 9:15, we've got Eddie Matthews with Pitch, Hit and Run.